Today, I've prepared the biography of Michelangelo. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your comfortable position and feel the weight of the day melt away, we'll drift together through the remarkable life of Michelangelo, the Renaissance master whose hands created some of humanity's most enduring treasures. Let his artistic journey soothe your mind as you gradually surrender to sleep. The soft glow of moonlight outside your window mirrors the gentle illumination of genius we'll explore together. Take a deep breath, release any lingering tension, and allow yourself to be carried away by this gentle tale of extraordinary creativity and passion. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, as the late winter light softened across the Italian countryside in the year 1475, a child was born who would one day transform how we perceive beauty in stone and paint. Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni came into this world on March 6th in the small village of Caprese, where his father served as the local judicial administrator. The quiet village rested in the peaceful shadows of the Apennine Mountains, a tranquil beginning for a life that would later burn with creative fire. His father, Lodovico di Leonardo di Buonarroti Simoni, was a minor official in the Florentine government, a man of modest means but respectable lineage, who traced his ancestry back to the noble counts of Canossa. Michelangelo's mother, Francesca di Neri del Miniato di Siena, was in delicate health when she gave birth to her second son. The soft whispers of family lore tell us that she was too unwell to nurse her infant, and so young Michelangelo was placed with a wet nurse, the wife of a stonecutter in the nearby town of Sedignano. Perhaps it was here, cradled in the arms of a woman whose husband shaped stone for a living, that the first seeds of Michelangelo's destiny were unknowingly planted. The gentle rolling hills around Sedignano were dotted with quarries of Pietra Serena, a fine-grained gray sandstone. As a small boy with curious eyes, Michelangelo would have watched the stonecutters at their patient work, their hands moving rhythmically as they coaxed form from formless rock. Later in his life, he would sometimes say, with a soft smile of remembrance, that he had imbibed the craft of sculpture with the milk of his nurse. When Michelangelo was still a very young child, merely 6 years old, tragedy visited his family when his mother Francesca passed away. The household, which by then included 5 sons, was left in the care of his father and extended family. Imagine the quiet rooms of their modest home in Florence, where they had moved shortly after Michelangelo's birth, now filled with the subdued movements of a family adjusting to loss. The young boy, with dark, thoughtful eyes and a serious demeanor beyond his years, would have felt this absence deeply, though perhaps without fully understanding it. Florence, in the late 15th century, was awakening to the full flowering of the Renaissance. The city breathed art and learning, its streets and piazzas alive with the conversations of scholars, artists, and philosophers. The Medici family, wealthy bankers and patrons of the arts, had transformed the city into a cradle of cultural rebirth in the warm evenings, as golden light bathed the red-tiled roofs, and the Arno River flowed gently through the heart of the city. Ideas were exchanged like precious gifts, and beauty was pursued as fervently as wealth or power. Young Michelangelo grew up in this atmosphere of artistic revival, though his father had more conventional aspirations for his son. Ludovico, like many fathers throughout time, dreamed of a respectable profession for his child, perhaps a merchant or a lawyer, something that promised financial security. The Buonarroti family, though claiming noble descent, was not wealthy, and practical considerations weighed heavily on Ludovico's mind. Yet Michelangelo showed little interest in traditional schooling. His teachers would often find him sketching instead of attending to his lessons, his mind clearly elsewhere as they spoke of grammar and rhetoric. There was a quiet stubbornness to the boy, a gentle but unyielding determination to follow the call of art that seemed to whisper to him from every stone and fresco in Florence. When Michelangelo reached the age of 13, a pivotal moment arrived in his young life. Despite his father's initial reluctance, for in those days, the profession of artist was often viewed as merely that of a skilled craftsman, not the elevated status we assign to it today. Michelangelo was apprenticed to the painter Domenico Ghirlandaio. Ghirlandaio ran one of the largest and most successful workshops in Florence, where young apprentices learned by observing and assisting, gradually developing their skills through patient practice and careful observation. Imagine the workshop in those early morning hours, as sunlight began to filter through high windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The smell of pigments and oils would have filled the space, along with the quiet sounds of brushes on panel and the occasional murmured instruction. Here, young Michelangelo would have ground pigments, prepared surfaces, and watched with keen attention as the master and older apprentices worked. His hands, which would one day create the David and the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, were then learning the most basic elements of the painter's craft. It was customary for apprenticeships to last many years, but Michelangelo's time with Ghirlandaio was unexpectedly brief. After only about a year, an opportunity arose that would set the young artist on a different path. Lorenzo de' Medici, known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, had established a kind of informal academy in the gardens of the Medici Palace, where talented young artists could study classical sculpture under the guidance of the sculptor Bertoldo di Giovanni, a former student of the great Donatello. The story, passed down through the gentle filter of time, tells us that Ghirlandaio, recognizing something extraordinary in his young apprentice, recommended Michelangelo to Lorenzo. Some accounts suggest that Lorenzo himself visited Ghirlandaio's workshop and was struck by the boy's talent. However it happened, Michelangelo, not yet 15 years old, found himself admitted to this exclusive circle, where he would be exposed to some of the finest ancient sculptures collected by the Medici family. The Medici gardens were a place of tranquil beauty, where classical statues stood among flowering plants and carefully tended trees. Here, in this peaceful setting, Michelangelo began to develop his profound understanding of the human form under Bertoldo's patient guidance. He studied anatomy and proportion, learning to see the potential beauty hidden within a block of marble. It was during this time that Michelangelo created one of his earliest surviving works, a relief known as the Madonna of the Stairs, carved when he was about 16 years old. This small marble relief already shows his emerging genius. The way he could make stone seem as soft as flesh, the deeply human emotion he could evoke from cold marble. The young Madonna sits on a step, her expression one of gentle melancholy, as if she already foresees the fate that awaits her infant son. Life in the Medici household exposed Michelangelo to more than just art. Lorenzo de' Medici was a cultured man who surrounded himself with the greatest minds of the age. Poets, philosophers, and humanist scholars were regular guests at the Medici table, and young Michelangelo, though primarily focused on his artistic development, absorbed their conversations like a sponge. The Neoplatonic ideas discussed in these circles would later influence his art, infusing his work with a philosophical depth that transcended mere representation. Lorenzo himself took a personal interest in the promising young sculptor. There is a story told with the soft patina of legend, but perhaps containing a kernel of truth, that one day Michelangelo was carving a fawn's head from a piece of marble. Lorenzo, passing by, stopped to observe and commented that the fawn, being old, would not have had all his teeth. The next day, when Lorenzo returned, he found that Michelangelo had modified the sculpture, removing some teeth to create a more realistic depiction of an aged fawn. Impressed by both the skill and the responsiveness of the young artist, Lorenzo's appreciation deepened. For approximately 2 years, Michelangelo lived in the Medici Palace, taking his meals with the family and being treated almost as a son by Lorenzo. These were formative years for the young artist, a time of learning and growth in an environment that valued the very talents he possessed. The other artists studying in the garden might have noticed the quiet intensity with which the young Michelangelo worked, his complete absorption in his craft, the way he would sometimes forget to eat or sleep when engaged in creating. Then, in April of 1492, Lorenzo de' Medici died. His passing marked the end of an era for Florence and a significant change in Michelangelo's circumstances. Lorenzo's son and successor, Piero de' Medici, lacked his father's refined appreciation for art and learning. Though Michelangelo remained for a time in the Medici household, the atmosphere had changed. the golden moment passed, political upheaval soon followed. The fiery preacher Girolamo Savonarola began to gain influence in Florence. His passionate sermons denouncing the worldliness and luxury that had characterized Lorenzo's rule. By 1494, the Medici were expelled from Florence, and a more austere republican government was established under Savonarola's influence. Sensing the changing political winds, Michelangelo had already left Florence before the Medici expulsion, traveling first to Bologna and then to Venice. This period of wandering, of seeking his place in a world suddenly less stable than it had seemed, would have been a time of reflection for the young artist. Now, in his late teens, the certainties of his life in the Medici garden were behind him, and ahead lay the uncertainty of establishing himself independently. In Bologna, Michelangelo found temporary refuge with a nobleman named Gianfrancesco Aldovrandi, who was impressed by the young artist's knowledge of Dante, whose poetry Michelangelo had loved since childhood. During his stay in Bologna, Michelangelo created several small sculptures for the Arca di San Domenico, a magnificent tomb that had been worked on by a succession of sculptors. His contributions, though modest in scale, already showed the distinctive style that would characterize his mature work. The sense of contained energy, of life captured in stone. After about a year in Bologna, Michelangelo returned to Florence, which was now under the sway of Savonarola's religious fervor. The city that had once celebrated beauty and learning was now witnessing bonfires of the vanities, where items deemed worldly or immoral, fine clothing, cosmetics, paintings with secular themes, even musical instruments, were consigned to the flames. It was a somber time in the city's history, a period when art was viewed with suspicion rather than celebration. Yet, even in this atmosphere, Michelangelo's talent found recognition. He carved a sleeping Cupid that was so accomplished, it was suggested he age it artificially to pass it off as an ancient work, which would command a higher price. This deception, if it indeed occurred as some accounts suggest, led to an unexpected opportunity. The Cupid was sold to Cardinal Raphael Riario in Rome, who discovered the subterfuge, but was so impressed by the young artist's skill that he invited Michelangelo to Rome. And so, in 1496, at the age of 21, Michelangelo arrived in the Eternal City. Rome in the late 15th century was a place of striking contrasts. Magnificent ancient ruins standing alongside humble dwellings, the grand ceremonies of the papal court contrasting with the simple lives of ordinary citizens. The city was still recovering from years of neglect during the Avignon papacy and subsequent schism. But under a succession of Renaissance popes, it was being transformed once again into a center of art and culture. It was here in Rome that Michelangelo would create one of his first masterpieces, the Pieta. Commissioned by a French cardinal for his tomb, this extraordinary sculpture shows the Virgin Mary holding the dead Christ across her lap. The technical virtuosity is astonishing. The way the marble seems to become flesh, the complex composition contained within a pyramidal form, the profound emotional resonance achieved through subtle details. Michelangelo was just 24 when he completed it. Yet the Pietà reveals a maturity of vision and execution that most artists never achieve in a lifetime. Looking back at these early years, from the quiet child in Setignano watching stonecutters at their work, to the serious apprentice in Ghirlandaio's workshop, to the privileged student in the Medici garden, to the young man making his way through the political and artistic complexities of late 15th century Italy, we can see how each experience contributed to the formation of one of history's greatest artists. The technical skills, the exposure to classical and contemporary art, the philosophical ideas absorbed from humanist scholars, even the periods of uncertainty and wandering. All these elements combined to shape Michelangelo's unique artistic vision. As we drift with these thoughts of a young artist finding his way in a world both beautiful and turbulent, we might reflect on how our own early experiences shape who we become, the gentle influences of childhood, the mentors who recognize something in us that we may not yet see in ourselves, the challenges that force us to discover our own resilience. These are the quiet forces that mold all human lives, whether destined for greatness or simple dignity. And as Michelangelo's story continues beyond these early years into the full flowering of his genius, we can carry with us the image of that serious boy with the piece of charcoal in his hand, already seeing in his mind's eye the figures waiting to be liberated from stone, dreaming the dreams that would one day transform our understanding of what art can be. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, where olive groves sway in soft breezes and cypress trees reach toward the heavens like nature's own sculptures, the Buonarroti family took root many generations before the birth of their most famous son. The story of Michelangelo's ancestry flows like a peaceful stream through the Tuscan countryside, winding back through time to the early medieval period when his forebears first established themselves as minor nobility in the region around Florence. The Buonarroti lineage traced its origins to the 12th century, when they were counted among the rural nobility of Setignano, a picturesque village nestled in the hills northeast of Florence. These rolling landscapes, with their soft contours and warm golden light, would later influence the flowing forms and harmonious compositions in Michelangelo's art. Though he would not have consciously recognized this gentle shaping of his aesthetic sensibilities, Ludovico Buonarroti, Michelangelo's father, came from a family that had once held significant status in the Florentine Republic. They were not of the highest aristocracy, but rather belonged to that comfortable middle tier of society, respected citizens with modest landholdings and a tradition of civic service over generations, their fortunes had gradually diminished, like autumn leaves slowly drifting from once verdant branches, leaving Ludovico in a position where he needed to maintain appearances of nobility while struggling with the practical realities of diminished wealth. Ludovico served as a minor magistrate in the small town of Caprese, where Michelangelo was born on March 6, 1475. The position was respectable, but not particularly lucrative, reflecting the family's genteel decline from their earlier prominence. Like many families of faded nobility, the Buonarroti clung to their ancestral pride, even as their material circumstances grew more modest with each passing generation. This tension between pride in heritage and financial reality would create currents of expectation and responsibility that flowed through Michelangelo's early life, gently but persistently shaping his understanding of his place in the world. Michelangelo's mother, Francesca di Neri del Miniato di Siena, came from the Neri family, who were also of respectable standing in Tuscan society. Sadly, like a delicate blossom that blooms briefly in spring before fading away, Francesca passed from this world when Michelangelo was only 6 years old, though his memories of her would have been like soft, fading dreams. The absence of maternal nurturing left its imprint on the young boy's heart, perhaps contributing to the melancholy that often seemed to drift through his later works like evening shadows across a sunlit piazza. After his mother's passing, Michelangelo was sent to live with a stonecutter's family in Sedignano. This village, with its quarries of Pietra Serena, the fine-grained gray sandstone used in so many Florentine buildings, was where the Buonarroti family had originated centuries earlier. In this rustic setting, surrounded by the rhythmic sounds of mallets and chisels coaxing form from formless stone, young Michelangelo absorbed his first impressions of the sculptor's craft. The milk of my nurse was the hammer and chisel, he would later remark, acknowledging how these early influences had flowed into his being as naturally as nourishment from a mother's breast. The Buonarroti family, like many Tuscan families of their station, lived within a cultural tapestry rich with traditions that had been passed down through countless generations. Their daily lives followed the gentle rhythm of seasons marked by religious festivals and agricultural cycles. The family observed the Catholic faith with the sincere devotion typical of their time and place. Their spiritual practices, woven seamlessly into the fabric of everyday existence. In their modest household, meals would have followed traditional Tuscan patterns, simple fare prepared with care and shared in familial communion. Bread, olive oil, seasonal vegetables from kitchen gardens, occasional meat for special occasions. These humble ingredients, transformed by time-honored preparations, connected the family to countless ancestors who had broken bread at similar tables. One can imagine young Michelangelo seated at the family table, absorbing not just nourishment, but also the subtle lessons of hierarchy, respect, and familial bonds that such gatherings imparted. The Buonarotti, despite their reduced circumstances, maintained a keen awareness of their lineage and position. Ludovico insisted that his sons address him as voi rather than the more familiar tu, maintaining a formal distance that reflected his conception of proper relations between father and children. This formality, flowing like a cool stream between the generations, may have contributed to the reserve that many noted in Michelangelo's adult personality. Family stories, passed down like precious heirlooms through the generations, would have formed an important part of young Michelangelo's understanding of his identity. Tales of ancestors who had served the Florentine Republic with distinction, who had stood alongside the great families of the city in times of crisis and celebration, would have been recounted during quiet evening hours when work was done, and the family gathered around the hearth's gentle glow. One such story, which Michelangelo himself would later repeat with pride, claimed a connection to the noble Canossa family of Reggio Emilia. Though historians now question the accuracy of this claim, it reveals the importance placed on distinguished lineage within the family's self-conception. Like many families of declining fortune, the Buonarotti found comfort in narratives that connected them to more illustrious branches of the social tree. The Florence into which Michelangelo was born existed within a cultural moment of extraordinary richness and complexity. The city had emerged from the medieval period as a center of banking, trade, and artistic innovation. The Florentine Republic, though frequently turbulent in its politics, had developed civic traditions that valued both individual achievement and contribution to the common good. These values flowed through the city's institutions and shaped the consciousness of its citizens, including the Buonarotti family. The Renaissance revival of interest in classical learning and art was well established by the time of Michelangelo's birth, creating an intellectual climate that valued both Christian tradition and humanist scholarship. This cultural confluence, like two streams joining to form a broader river, created the conditions in which Michelangelo's genius could find expression. Though his family was not among the leading patrons of this cultural flowering, they lived within its influence, absorbing its values and aspirations. Ludovico Buonarotti, like many fathers of his time and station, had specific expectations for his sons. They were to pursue respectable professions that would maintain or improve the family's standing. The traditional paths of law, medicine, or commerce were preferred to manual trades, which were considered beneath the dignity of a family with noble pretensions. When young Michelangelo began to show interest in art, considered a craft rather than a liberal art, his father's disappointment manifested in resistance that ebbed and flowed throughout the boy's early years. This tension between paternal expectations and personal inclination created a gentle undercurrent of conflict in Michelangelo's youth. Family traditions pulled in one direction, while his own nature drew him toward another path. This experience of navigating between duty to family heritage and the call of his own talents would later inform his complex relationship with patrons and authority figures throughout his career. The Buonarroti family's connection to Florence was deep and abiding, like ancient roots reaching into nourishing soil. Though they had originated in Setignano and Michelangelo was born in Caprese, Florence was their true home, the city whose fortunes were intertwined with their own. The family's modest house in the Santa Croce district placed them within the flow of Florentine civic life, surrounded by the churches, palaces, and workshops that made the city a center of artistic and intellectual achievement. Florence itself was divided into distinct neighborhoods, each with its own character and traditions. The Buonarroti home in the Santa Croce quarter placed them near the magnificent Franciscan church that gave the district its name. This neighborhood had its own festivals, patron saints, and community bonds that created a sense of belonging smaller and more intimate than identification with the city as a whole, like gentle waves lapping at a shore. These local traditions and connections shaped the family's experience of daily life. The political climate of Florence during Michelangelo's youth was marked by the waning influence of the Medici family, who had been the city's de facto rulers for generations. The Republican traditions of Florence existed in constant tension with the reality of Medici dominance, creating currents of political loyalty and opposition that affected all prominent families to some degree. The Buonarroti, while not major political players, would have navigated these waters carefully, aware that their modest prosperity depended partly on maintaining acceptable relationships with those in power. When Lorenzo de' Medici, known as the Magnificent, recognized the extraordinary talent in the young Michelangelo and invited him to join the informal academy of artists and scholars he maintained in his garden. It represented both an opportunity and a complication for the Buonarroti family. The connection to the Medici brought prestige, but also tied the family's fortunes more closely to a specific political faction. This association would have consequences years later when the Medici were temporarily expelled from Florence, sending ripples through the lives of all who had been connected to them. The cultural heritage that flowed through Michelangelo's family included not just social position and political affiliations, but also the rich traditions of Tuscan craftsmanship. Though the Buonarroti themselves were not artisans, they lived in a society that valued skilled workmanship in stone, wood, metal, and cloth. Florence's guilds maintained standards of excellence that had made the city's products sought after throughout Europe. This cultural context, with its appreciation for materials transformed by human skill and vision, provided fertile ground for Michelangelo's developing artistic sensibilities, religious traditions formed another important current in the family's cultural identity. The Catholic faith, with its cycle of feast days, fasts, and sacramental observances, provided structure and meaning to their lives. The biblical narratives and saints, legends that Michelangelo would later interpret so powerfully in his art, were first encountered in the context of family religious practice and community worship. These stories settled into his consciousness like gentle rain into receptive soil, later to emerge transformed by his unique vision. As we contemplate the family and cultural roots from which Michelangelo grew, we might imagine them as countless small tributaries flowing together to form the mighty river of his genius. Each family story, each tradition observed, each value imparted. All these elements combined to shape the man who would one day create works of such transcendent power that they seem to exist beyond time itself. The young boy who watched stonecutters in Sedignano, who reluctantly followed his father's wishes until the pull of his own destiny became too strong to resist, carried within him the accumulated heritage of generations. Like a tree whose growth is shaped by prevailing winds, yet reaches toward the light according to its own nature. Michelangelo both absorbed and transcended his origins. As we drift toward sleep, we might reflect on how our own lives are similarly shaped by the gentle currents of family history and cultural context that flow through us. The stories we were told, the values we absorbed, the traditions we observed. All these elements combine to form the foundation of who we become. Whether our paths lead to extraordinary achievement or quiet dignity, and as our thoughts grow more distant and dreamlike, we might imagine young Michelangelo sleeping in his family's modest home in Florence, perhaps already dreaming of the figures he would one day free from marble, unaware that the influences surrounding him, from family pride and paternal expectations to the stones of his ancestral village and the spiritual traditions of his community, were already shaping his consciousness in ways that would eventually transform our understanding of what art can be. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle hills of Tuscany, where the golden light of morning spreads slowly across ancient olive groves and cypress trees reach toward the heavens like nature's own sculptures, a young boy named Michelangelo Buonarroti opened his eyes to the world. Born on March 6, 1475, in the small village of Caprese near Arezzo, Michelangelo's earliest days were spent in a landscape that seemed to whisper stories of eternity through its rolling contours and weathered stones. The Buonarroti family soon moved to Florence when Michelangelo was still an infant, settling into a modest home in the vibrant heart of what was then one of Europe's most dynamic cities. The streets of Florence in the late 15th century were narrow and winding, paved with smooth stones that had been polished by countless footsteps over generations. These streets would fill with the soft murmuring of merchants and craftspeople in the early morning hours, their voices creating a gentle symphony that rose and fell with the rhythm of daily life. Young Michelangelo would have awakened to the distant sound of church bells, their resonant tones floating through the cool morning air, calling the faithful to prayer and marking the passage of hours. The bells of the magnificent Duomo, with its impressive dome designed by Brunelleschi, would have been particularly prominent in this daily chorus, their deep, melodious tones becoming as familiar to the boy as his own heartbeat. The Buonarroti home was not one of great luxury, but rather a comfortable dwelling befitting a family of respectable lineage that had fallen somewhat in fortune. The rooms would have been simply furnished, perhaps with a few cherished pieces handed down through generations. Wooden beams crossed the ceilings above, seasoned by time to a rich, warm hue. Stone floors, cool to the touch in summer and chilly in winter, would have been partially covered with woven rugs in areas where the family gathered. Windows, modest in size by modern standards, allowed shafts of dusty sunlight to enter and illuminate particles of dust that danced lazily in the air. These windows would have been covered with oiled paper or thin cloth rather than glass, allowing gentle breezes to carry in the sense of the city. Bread baking in nearby ovens, herbs hanging to dry in kitchen gardens, and occasionally the less pleasant aromas of a medieval urban center where sanitation was rudimentary at best. The kitchen would have been the heart of the home, centered around a hearth where flames flickered and danced, casting warm, wavering light on the walls and creating shadows that might have stirred the imagination of a sensitive child. Here, Michelangelo's mother, Francesca di Neri del Miniato di Siena, would have prepared simple but nourishing meals before her untimely death when Michelangelo was just 6 years old. A profound loss that cast a shadow over his childhood years. The aroma of simmering soups made with beans and vegetables from local gardens, fresh bread baking on hot stones, and the occasional treat of roasted meats on feast days would have filled this space. Olive oil, pressed from the fruit of trees that dotted the surrounding countryside, would have added its distinctive fragrance to many dishes, its golden green hue catching the light as it was drizzled over food. Outside the Buonarroti home, Florence itself provided a rich tapestry of sensory experiences for a growing child. The city was in the midst of its Renaissance flowering, though young Michelangelo would have experienced this not as a historical phenomenon, but simply as the world as it was, a place where beauty was valued and craftsmanship respected, where art adorned public spaces and private chapels alike. The streets themselves were a constantly changing tableau of human activity. Merchants called softly to potential customers, displaying goods from distant lands, spices that filled the air with exotic aromas, fabrics in colors that seemed to capture sunlight itself, and objects crafted by skilled hands from materials both precious and mundane. These streets were not wide boulevards, but intimate passages where neighbors knew one another by name, where children played under the watchful eyes of the community, and where news traveled through conversation rather than printed pages. When Michelangelo was sent to nurse in Sedignano, a small village in the hills outside Florence, where his father owned a small property, the pace of life slowed even further. Here, the sounds of nature predominated, the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze, the distant calls of shepherds to their flocks, the melodious songs of birds greeting each dawn. The air was clearer here, carrying the sweet scents of wildflowers in spring and the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil. It was in Sedignano that young Michelangelo first encountered the stonecutters, whose work would so profoundly influence his future path. The village was known for its quarries, and for the skilled artisans who could coax form from seemingly unyielding stone. As a small boy, he would have watched these men with fascination, observing how their weathered hands, strong yet surprisingly gentle, worked with chisels and hammers to reveal what seemed to be hidden within the rock itself. The sound of metal striking stone would have become a familiar rhythm, a percussive background to days spent exploring the natural world around him. The stonecutters worked with patience and precision, understanding that their craft could not be rushed, that the stone itself had a voice that must be respected. This early exposure to the relationship between artisan and material surely planted seeds that would later flourish in Michelangelo's own approach to sculpture. His famous belief that the figure already existed within the marble and needed only to be liberated by the sculptor's hand. When Michelangelo returned to Florence to live with his father and stepmother, he brought with him these formative experiences of Sedignano, the connection to stone, the appreciation for patient craftsmanship, and perhaps a certain independence of spirit nurtured by his time away from the more structured environment of urban life. The Florence to which he returned was a city of contrasts. Grand palaces stood near modest dwellings, their imposing facades speaking of wealth and power, while also serving as patrons of the arts. Churches large and small dotted the urban landscape, their interiors cool and dimly lit, scented with incense and beeswax candles, their walls and ceilings adorned with images of saints and biblical scenes that told stories to those who could not read the written word. The Arno River flowed through the heart of the city, its waters reflecting the changing colors of the sky from dawn to dusk. Along its banks, people gathered to wash clothing, to collect water, or simply to enjoy a moment of respite from the density of urban life. The sound of water moving over stones created a constant, soothing backdrop to city life, a natural counterpoint to the human-made sounds of commerce and conversation. In the workshops of Florence, craftsmen of all kinds practiced their trades, creating objects both utilitarian and beautiful the sounds of these workshops, the rhythmic tap of the goldsmith's hammer, the whir of the spinner's wheel, the scrape of the woodworker's plane, formed a subtle music of human creativity. These were places of apprenticeship, where skills were passed from master to pupil through observation, instruction, and practice, where young hands learned to create by first imitating and then innovating. The social environment of Michelangelo's childhood was shaped by the complex interplay of family connections, civic identity, and religious observance. The Buonarroti family, though not wealthy, claimed noble ancestry and maintained a certain pride in their lineage. Michelangelo's father, Ludovico, served occasionally in minor governmental positions and was determined that his sons should pursue respectable professions rather than manual trades, regardless of where their talents might lie. This paternal expectation created tension when young Michelangelo began to show artistic inclinations, a conflict between family duty and personal calling that would resolve only when the boy's extraordinary gifts became impossible to ignore. The household was one where traditional values were emphasized: respect for authority, observance of religious duties, maintenance of family honor. Yet it was also situated within a city where creative innovation was increasingly valued. Beyond the family circle, Florentine society was organized around both geographical and occupational affiliations. Neighborhoods formed communities within the larger city, each with its own character and traditions. Guilds brought together those who practiced similar crafts, providing both regulation of trade practices and social support for members. Churches served not only as places of worship, but as centers for community gathering, charitable work, and artistic patronage. For a child growing up in this environment, daily life followed rhythms determined by both natural and social calendars. Days began and ended with the movement of the sun, but they were also structured by mealtimes, work hours, and the regular observance of religious duties. The week flowed toward Sunday, when work paused for worship and perhaps some modest recreation. The year was marked by the changing seasons, but also by an elaborate calendar of saints' days, festivals, and civic celebrations that brought color, music, and sometimes spectacle to the streets of Florence. These celebrations were times when the usual social boundaries might temporarily blur, when people of different classes might share in common festivities. Processions wound through the streets, with participants carrying banners and religious images. Musicians played instruments that filled the air with melodies, both solemn and joyful. Dancers moved in patterns passed down through generations. Food that might be considered special or luxurious was prepared and shared, its aromas adding to the sensory richness of these occasions. In this Florence of contrasts and connections, young Michelangelo absorbed influences that would shape not only his artistic vision, but his understanding of himself in relation to society. He witnessed the power of art to move the human spirit in the paintings and sculptures that adorned public spaces. He observed how beauty and function could be united in objects of daily use. He experienced the tension between individual expression and communal values, between innovation and tradition. The physical spaces of his childhood, from the intimate rooms of the family home to the open piazzas where citizens gathered, from the workshops where craft was practiced to the churches where faith was expressed through ritual and art, provided both boundaries and possibilities. These spaces were not merely backgrounds for human activity, but active participants in shaping how people thought, felt, and related to one another. As night falls on our imagining of Michelangelo's childhood world, we might picture the gradual quieting of the Florentine streets, the closing of shutters, the gentle glow of oil lamps illuminating family gatherings before sleep. Perhaps the boy lies awake for a time, watching shadows move across the ceiling of his room, his mind already filled with images and ideas that seek expression. The sounds of the day fade, the last calls of vendors, the distant closing of doors, the occasional footsteps of someone hurrying home, until only the softest ambient noises remain. In this quiet moment between wakefulness and dreams, the experiences of the day settle into memory, joining the accumulating treasury of impressions that will one day find expression in stone and paint. The physical and social environment that surrounds him has already begun its work of shaping sensibility, of providing both the raw material for imagination and the technical knowledge through which imagination might be realized. And as we drift towards sleep ourselves, we might reflect on how our own environments, both physical and social, shape our perceptions and possibilities, the spaces we inhabit, the communities to which we belong, the sensory experiences that fill our days. All these elements combine to influence who we become, just as they did for a boy in Renaissance Florence, who would grow to create works of such transcendent beauty that they continue to move us centuries after his hands last touched stone or brush. Sleep comes now, gentle and welcoming, carrying us away from conscious thought into the realm where impressions blend and transform, where the seeds of creativity germinate in darkness, where rest prepares us for renewal. And somewhere in our dreams, perhaps we walk for a moment through those ancient Florentine streets, feeling the smooth stones beneath our feet, hearing the distant bells, sensing the presence of beauty being born in the workshops of masters, and in the imagination of a boy who would become one himself. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In the gentle quietude of early morning, young Michelangelo Buonarroti would often rise before the rest of Florence stirred to life. The soft golden light filtering through narrow windows would find him already at work, his small hands busy with charcoal and paper, capturing the shapes that filled his mind. His formal education began in the these tender years, around the age of 6 or 7, when he was sent to study grammar under Francesco de Urbino. The classroom was a place of steady rhythms, the soft scratching of quills on parchment, the melodious recitation of Latin verses, the patient explanations of a teacher who recognized something special in the quiet, intense boy who seemed more interested in drawing than in his letters. The lessons would flow through the morning hours, gentle waves of knowledge washing over the students. Michelangelo absorbed what he could, though his mind often wandered to the shapes and forms he observed around him. The way light curved along the edge of a wooden desk, how shadows pooled in the folds of his teacher's robes, the precise angle at which his classmates' heads bent over their work. These observations, seemingly insignificant, were silently shaping his artistic sensibility, training his eye to notice what others overlooked. When school hours ended, Michelangelo would sometimes linger in the piazzas of Florence, watching the world unfold around him. The city itself became his true classroom, a living museum of art and architecture, where beauty revealed itself in unexpected places. He would stand for long moments, perfectly still, gazing up at the magnificent dome of the cathedral, designed by Filippo Brunelleschi, feeling the harmony of its proportions resonate within him like a musical note held perfectly in the air. As twilight approached, he would reluctantly make his way home, where his father Ludovico had different aspirations for his son. The Buonarroti family, though descended from minor nobility, had fallen on more modest circumstances. Ludovico hoped his son would pursue a respectable profession, perhaps become a merchant or enter civil service. The notion that his son would work with his hands as an artist was troubling to him, for artists were considered mere craftsmen then, not the celebrated creators we know them as today. But the quiet current of Michelangelo's passion ran too deep to be diverted. By the age of 13, against his father's wishes, but perhaps sensing the inevitability of his son's path, Ludovico apprenticed Michelangelo to the painter Domenico Ghirlandaio. This moment marked the beginning of Michelangelo's formal artistic education, though in truth, his education had begun years earlier, in those quiet moments of observation and contemplation. The workshop of Ghirlandaio was a place of constant activity, filled with the earthy smells of pigments and oils, the soft sounds of brushes on panel and canvas, the murmured conversations of artists discussing their craft. Here, Michelangelo learned the fundamentals of painting, how to prepare surfaces, mix colors, create preliminary drawings, and transfer designs to walls for fresco painting. The workshop operated as a collaborative space where apprentices assisted the master, learning through observation and practice rather than formal instruction. Ghirlandaio recognized Michelangelo's extraordinary talent almost immediately. Whether the words were precisely these, the sentiment captures a truth. Michelangelo possessed an innate understanding of form and proportion that transcended what could be taught. The days in Ghirlandaio's workshop passed in gentle rhythm, each one adding another layer to Michelangelo's developing skills. He learned to observe with precision, to translate three-dimensional reality into two-dimensional representation, to understand how light reveals form. Yet even as he absorbed these lessons, something within him yearned for more, for the solidity and permanence of sculpture, rather than the illusory nature of painting. This yearning found its fulfillment when, after approximately 1 year with Ghirlandaio, Michelangelo's path took an unexpected turn. Lorenzo de' Medici, the de facto ruler of Florence and a great patron of the arts, had established a sculpture garden near the church of San Marco, where young artists could study classical sculpture under the guidance of Bertoldo di Giovanni, a former student of Donatello. Ghirlandaio, recognizing Michelangelo's sculptural instincts, recommended him for this exclusive opportunity. In the Medici Gardens, Michelangelo found his true artistic home. Here, among ancient Roman fragments and Renaissance masterpieces, he could explore the human form in 3 dimensions. The garden was a peaceful sanctuary where time seemed to slow, where the dappled sunlight filtering through cypress trees created ever-changing patterns on marble surfaces. Bertoldo, elderly but still passionate about sculpture, shared his knowledge generously, guiding Michelangelo's hands as they learned to coax form from stone. It was during these formative years that Michelangelo began to develop his distinctive approach to sculpture. Unlike many artists who worked from detailed preliminary drawings, Michelangelo claimed to see the figure already existing within the block of marble. His task merely to free it from its stone prison. This conceptual framework that the artist discovers rather than creates would inform his work throughout his life, giving his sculptures their remarkable sense of emerging life. Lorenzo de' Medici took notice of the talented young sculptor and, in an extraordinary gesture, invited Michelangelo to live in the Medici Palace. There, surrounded by one of the finest collections of art and antiquities in Europe, Michelangelo's education expanded beyond technical training to encompass humanities and philosophy. He dined at Lorenzo's table, listening to discussions among the greatest minds of the Renaissance: poets, philosophers, scholars, and artists who gathered under Lorenzo's patronage. In these quiet evening conversations, as candles cast their gentle glow over animated faces, Michelangelo absorbed the Neoplatonic ideas that would profoundly influence his artistic vision. The philosopher Marsilio Ficino, who often visited the Medici Palace, spoke of how physical beauty could be a pathway to divine truth, how the artist's role was to reveal the ideal forms underlying material reality. These ideas resonated deeply with Michelangelo, providing intellectual justification for what he intuitively understood: that art could be a means of approaching the divine. the poet Angelo Poliziano, another regular guest, introduced Michelangelo to classical mythology and literature, stories that would later inspire some of his greatest works. In the peaceful hours after dinner, Poliziano might recite verses from Ovid or Homer, his melodious voice bringing ancient tales to life in the candlelit room. Michelangelo would listen, his mind transforming words into images, storing away impressions that would emerge years later in marble and paint. During these years in the Medici household, Michelangelo created his first significant sculptures, a relief of the Madonna of the Stairs, and a copy of an ancient faun's head that so impressed Lorenzo that he gave the young artist a purple robe, a symbol of distinction. These early works already displayed the qualities that would define his mature style: a sensitivity to the expressive potential of the human form, and an ability to infuse stone with a sense of living presence. This idyllic period of Michelangelo's education came to an abrupt end in 1492 with the death of Lorenzo de' Medici. The loss of his patron affected Michelangelo deeply, not only because of the practical implications for his career, but because he had genuinely loved Lorenzo, who had treated him almost as a son. In the quiet days following Lorenzo's death, as Florence mourned its great leader, Michelangelo found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of his path forward. He returned briefly to his father's house, where he carved a wooden crucifix as a gift for the prior of Santo Spirito, who allowed him to study anatomy by dissecting corpses from the church's hospital. These anatomical studies, conducted in the hushed solitude of night, by the flickering light of a single candle, deepened his understanding of the human form beyond what could be learned from observing living models. The knowledge he gained, how muscles attached to bone, how weight distributed through the body, how internal structures determined external appearance, would inform his art for decades to come. Political upheaval in Florence soon forced Michelangelo to leave his native city. The rise of the Dominican friar Girolamo Savonarola, whose fiery preaching condemned secular art as sinful, and the subsequent expulsion of the Medici family, created an unwelcoming environment for artists associated with the former regime. Michelangelo traveled first to Bologna, where he studied the sculptural reliefs of Jacopo della Quercia, whose powerful, simplified forms influenced his developing style. From Bologna, Michelangelo journeyed to Rome, where his education continued through direct engagement with ancient sculpture. The Eternal City was then, as now, an open-air museum where the achievements of classical antiquity stood alongside Christian monuments. In the quiet early mornings, before the city awoke, Michelangelo would walk among these ancient ruins, touching the weathered marble, absorbing the lessons of proportion and balance that had been carved centuries before his birth. It was in Rome that Michelangelo created his first masterpiece, the Pieta, completed when he was just 24 years old. This extraordinary sculpture, depicting the Virgin Mary cradling the dead Christ, demonstrated a technical virtuosity and emotional depth that astonished his contemporaries. The marble seems to transform into flesh and fabric under his hands. The mother's grief expressed with such tenderness that viewers still find themselves moved to tears. 5 centuries later, the success of the Pietà established Michelangelo's reputation and marked the end of his formative period. Yet, in a sense, his education never truly ended. Throughout his long life, he would live to the remarkable age of 88. He continued to learn, to experiment, to push the boundaries of what art could express, even in his final years, as his hands grew less steady, but his vision remained clear. He was still discovering new possibilities in marble and paint, still seeking to reveal the divine through human form. As we reflect on Michelangelo's education, we might notice how it unfolded not as a linear progression, but as a gradual accumulation of experiences, influences, and insights, from the grammar school of Francesco de Urbino to the workshop of Ghirlandaio, from the Medici garden to the anatomy room of Santo Spirito, from the sculptural traditions of Bologna to the classical treasures of Rome. Each environment contributed something essential to his artistic development, and beneath these formal educational experiences flowed the constant, quiet current of his own observation and contemplation. In solitary moments, watching light move across stone, studying the gesture of a hand in conversation, noticing how cloth draped over a moving body, Michelangelo was educating himself, training his eye and mind to perceive what others missed. Now, as our thoughts grow gentle with approaching sleep, we might imagine the young Michelangelo in one of those quiet moments of observation. Perhaps he stands in the soft light of early morning, gazing up at Brunelleschi's dome, feeling its perfect proportions resonate within him. Or perhaps he sits in the Medici garden at dusk, his fingers tracing the contours of an ancient fragment, discovering in its weathered surface the living form waiting to be revealed. In these moments of silent communion with beauty, Michelangelo's true education took place. An education of the heart and spirit as much as of the hand and eye. And as we drift toward dreams, we might wonder what quiet moments in our own lives have shaped us, what beauty we have absorbed without conscious awareness, what wisdom has come to us not through formal instruction, but through the gentle accumulation of lived experience. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet unfolding of Michelangelo's life, the figures who shaped him appeared like guiding stars, some briefly, others lingering like the soft glow of twilight. Each left an imprint on his soul, a whisper in his ear that would echo through his chisel and brush. The first of these was Domenico Ghirlandaio, the master painter whose workshop welcomed the young Michelangelo as an apprentice. Ghirlandaio was a man of precision, his frescoes alive with rich detail, his figures draped in robes that seemed to ripple with real movement. In those early days, Michelangelo learned the discipline of line and color, the patience of layering pigments, the way light could be trapped in paint to create the illusion of life. But even then, there was a restlessness in him, a sense that his hands longed for something more solid than plaster and pigment, something like stone. Then there was Bertoldo di Giovanni, the aging sculptor who presided over the Medici Gardens, a place where fragments of ancient statues lay half buried in the earth like sleeping giants. Bertoldo had been a pupil of Donatello, and in his weathered hands, the classical past still breathed. He taught Michelangelo to read stone, to feel for the form hidden within the rough block, to strike with the mallet, not as a destroyer, but as a liberator. Under Bertoldo's watchful eye, Michelangelo carved his first figures, clumsy at first, then gradually more sure, as if his fingers were remembering something his mind had yet to grasp. The old sculptor would sit beside him, speaking in slow, measured tones about the harmony of proportion, the way a torso might twist to suggest motion, the way a face could hold both sorrow and serenity. These lessons sank deep, becoming part of Michelangelo's very way of seeing. And of course, there were the Medici, Lorenzo, the magnificent most of all. Lorenzo was not just a patron, but a kindred spirit, a man who saw in the young artist a reflection of his own hunger for beauty. He invited Michelangelo into his household, letting him dine at his table, listen to philosophers debate, handle ancient cameos and coins as if they were sacred relics. In those halls, Michelangelo absorbed more than technique. He absorbed a way of thinking, a belief that art was not mere decoration, but a bridge between earth and the divine. Lorenzo's death would later strike him like a physical blow, leaving him untethered for a time. Yet the mark of those years never faded. Later, there was Jacopo Galli, the Roman nobleman who gave Michelangelo his first major commission, the Bacchus, a statue so lifelike it seemed to sway with drunken grace. Galli believed in him when others still saw only a promising youth, and that faith gave Michelangelo the courage to trust his own vision. Then came Cardinal Riario, whose skepticism turned to awe when he saw the young sculptor's Cupid, so expertly aged to resemble an antique that it was briefly sold as one. These encounters were like stepping stones, each one leading him closer to the mastery he sought. But perhaps the most complex relationship of all was with Pope Julius II, the fiery, tempestuous patron who would commission the Sistine Chapel ceiling. Julius was a force of nature, his will as unyielding as the marble Michelangelo loved. Their collaborations were fraught with clashes, the Pope impatient, Michelangelo stubborn. Yet in that tension, something extraordinary was born. Julius pushed him beyond what he thought possible, demanding not just skill, but grandeur, not just beauty, but revelation. And Michelangelo, though he grumbled and fled and returned, challenge, pouring his very soul into the ceiling's vast expanse, as if the act of creation was a kind of prayer. Over the years, other figures would come and go friends, like Vittoria Colonna, the noble poetess with whom he shared sonnets and spiritual longings. Assistants like Urbino, who served him with quiet devotion, even rivals like Leonardo, whose very existence spurred him to greater heights. Each left a trace, a thread woven into the tapestry of his genius. And as we drift now toward sleep, we might imagine Michelangelo in his later years, an old man with rough hands and a mind still teeming with forms waiting to be freed. Perhaps he thinks of those who shaped him, not as distant memories, but as living presences, their voices murmuring in the rustle of paper, the tap of the chisel. For such is the way of mentors. They dwell not in the past, but in the work they helped to create, in the hands they guided, in the beauty that outlasts them. And so, as our breaths grow slow, and even we too might think of those who have gently shaped us, whose whispers we still carry, whose lessons live on in the quiet corners of our dreams. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Let us drift back now, far back, to the beginnings of Michelangelo's journey, to the quiet streets of Florence, where his genius first stirred. Picture him as a boy, restless and observant, his fingers already itching to shape the world around him. His father, a minor official, had hoped he would pursue a more respectable trade. But young Michelangelo's heart belonged to art. At just 13, he became an apprentice in the workshop of Domenico Ghirlandaio, a master painter whose frescoes adorned the city's churches. The air in the studio was thick with the scent of pigments and plaster, the sound of brushes tapping against jars, the murmur of young artists copying the master's designs. Here, Michelangelo learned the foundations, how to grind colors, how to prepare a wall for fresco, how to capture the human form with precision. But even then, his talent outstripped the usual pace of learning. His hand moved with an uncanny certainty, as if the figures he drew were already alive in his mind, waiting only to be set free. Soon, his gift caught the attention of Lorenzo de' Medici, the great patron of the arts and unofficial ruler of Florence. Lorenzo invited the young artist into his household, a place of intellectual ferment where poets, philosophers, and sculptors gathered under the warm glow of oil lamps. In the Medici gardens, Michelangelo found his true calling: sculpture. He would spend hours there, chisel in hand, studying the fragments of ancient statues that Lorenzo had collected. The old marble spoke to him, whispering secrets of form and balance. Under the guidance of Bertoldo di Giovanni, a pupil of the legendary Donatello, Michelangelo began to carve, his hands learning the language of stone. It was here, in the dappled sunlight of the garden, that he created his first known works, small reliefs like the Battle of the Centaur's asterisk, where bodies twist and strain in a tumult of motion. Even then, you could see the fire of his future greatness. The way he made stone seem to breathe. But this idyllic time could not last. Lorenzo's death in 1492 sent Michelangelo adrift, his patron gone, his future uncertain. Florence, too, was changing. The fiery preacher Savonarola rose to power, condemning the excesses of art and luxury, his sermons echoing through the streets like thunder. Many artists fled, their work suddenly suspect in this new, austere climate. Michelangelo, still young and searching, left for Bologna, then Rome, carrying little but his tools and his determination. In Rome, he found a city both ancient and restless, its ruins standing shoulder to shoulder with half-built churches, its air thick with ambition. Here, he took on small commissions, proving himself piece by piece. Then, in 1496, he was given a chance that would change everything. A cardinal asked him to carve a asterisk pieta asterisk, a sculpture of the Virgin Mary cradling the dead Christ. The asterisk pieta asterisk was more than a commission. It was a test, a chance to show the world what he could do. Michelangelo, just 24 years old, approached the block of Carrara marble with reverence. He worked slowly, painstakingly, his chisel coaxing out forms of heartbreaking tenderness, the limp drape of Christ's body, the quiet sorrow in Mary's face, the folds of her robes flowing like water. When it was unveiled, the city gasped. No one had ever seen marble look so soft, so alive. The asterisk pieta asterisk was a revelation, proof that Michelangelo was no mere craftsman, but a sculptor who could rival the ancients. Visitors to St. Peter's would linger before it, touching the cool stone as if expecting it to warm under their hands. Yet success did not shield him from struggle. Returning to Florence in 1501, he faced a new challenge, a massive, flawed block of marble that had defeated other sculptors. The city's leaders asked him to carve something from it, and Michelangelo, never one to refuse a dare, saw within the stone the figure of David asterisk. For 3 years he labored, his days marked by the rhythmic tap of hammer and chisel, his nights spent sketching by candlelight, refining the lines of the giant who would stand guard over Florence. When David asterisk was revealed, the city erupted in awe. Here was perfection, the tense muscles, the steady gaze, the very essence of human potential carved in stone. It was more than a statue. It was a symbol, a declaration of what Florence and Michelangelo could achieve. Even in these early years, his life was not without hardship. Money was often tight, patrons demanding, rivalries fierce. He clashed with Leonardo da Vinci, whose effortless brilliance rankled him, and with Raphael, whose popularity sometimes overshadowed his own. Yet through it all, he worked, driven by something deeper than praise or payment, an unshakable need to create, to wrestle beauty from the raw materials of the earth. And as we linger on these early days, we might imagine him in his modest studio, dust clinging to his clothes, his hands rough from hours of labor. The world outside was loud with politics and war, but here, in this quiet space, there was only the marble, the chisel, and the vision slowly taking shape. It was a rhythm that would carry him through his life, the steady, patient work of bringing the unseen into the light. And as we let these images fade, like shadows softening at dusk, we too might feel the calm of that quiet labor, the peace of a mind focused on creation, on the slow, sure emergence of something beautiful. Sleep comes gently now, like the fine dust settling after a day's work, like the first strokes of a sketch taking form in the quiet hours before dawn. And in this stillness, we might think of beginnings, of how even the greatest journeys start with a single step, a single stroke, a single chip of the chisel. Michelangelo's hands, now so legendary, were once young and untested, learning their craft one cut at a time. And so, as we drift toward dreams, we too might remember that every masterpiece begins as a whisper, a possibility, a block of untouched stone waiting for the artist's hand. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. As the years unfolded, Michelangelo's hands, once uncertain, grew steady, his vision clearer, his touch more assured. The boy who had once chipped tentatively at stone became the master who could summon life from cold, unyielding marble. One of his earliest great works, the asterisk Pieta asterisk, emerged when he was just 24 years old, a sculpture so tender, so full of quiet sorrow, that those who saw it could scarcely believe it was the work of human hands. The Virgin Mary cradles the body of Christ, her face a study in peaceful grief, her drapery flowing like water frozen in time. He carved it from a single block of Carrara marble, working with such precision that the stone seemed to breathe. Legend says he once overheard visitors attributing the work to another sculptor, and in a rare moment of pride, he stole into the church at night to carve his name into the sash across Mary's chest, the only work he ever signed. But it was the asterisk David asterisk that would cement his name in the annals of art. The block of marble had been abandoned for decades, deemed too flawed, too difficult to shape. Others had tried and given up, but Michelangelo saw something within it, a figure waiting to be freed. For 3 years, he labored, his chisel coaxing out the sinew and strength of the young biblical hero. When it was unveiled, the city gasped. David stood tall, his body taut with anticipation, his gaze steady and fearless. The sculpture was more than a representation. It was an ideal, a testament to human potential, to the beauty of the form and the resilience of the spirit. People would come just to stand before it, to feel the quiet power radiating from the stone. His work was not confined to sculpture alone. The Pope himself summoned Michelangelo to Rome, commissioning him to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, a task the artist initially resisted. He had always considered himself a sculptor, not a painter, and the scale of the project was daunting. But once he began, there was no turning back. For 4 years, he lay on his back atop scaffolding, his neck craned, his arms aching as he brought forth one of the most breathtaking visions in all of art. The ceiling became a universe of its own, filled with prophets and sibyls, with the creation of Adam, where God's outstretched finger nearly touches man's. A moment charged with divine energy. The colors were vibrant, the figures dynamic, as if they might at any moment step free of the plaster and walk among the living. It was work that demanded everything: his strength, his patience, his very eyesight. But when it was done, it was a masterpiece for the ages. Even in his later years, when his hands were stiff with age and his body weary, Michelangelo did not stop creating. He returned to sculpture, carving the Pieta Rondinini asterisk, a work left unfinished at his death, the figures emerging from the stone as if half-dreamed, their forms merging and dissolving in a haunting dance of grief and grace. He also turned his hand to architecture, designing the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, a soaring crown of stone that would become a symbol of Rome itself. He worked until the very end, his mind still teeming with visions, his hands still longing to shape the world. His legacy was not just in the works he left behind, but in the way he saw the world as something raw and waiting, full of hidden beauty begging to be revealed. He once said that every block of stone had a statue inside it, and it was the sculptor's task to find it. And so, as we think of him now, we might imagine him in his studio once more, the dust motes floating in the late afternoon light, the sound of the chisel, a soft, rhythmic whisper against the marble. His life was one of struggle and triumph, of endless labor and boundless creation, but also of quiet moments of a hand smoothing the curve of a shoulder, of a step back to study the work, of the deep satisfaction that comes from seeing something take shape, slowly, surely, under one's own hands. And as we drift toward sleep, we might carry with us that same sense of possibility, the knowledge that within the rough, unformed moments of our lives, there is beauty waiting to be found, if only we have the patience to look, the courage to begin. Michelangelo's world was one of stone and sweat, of vision and perseverance. But it was also a world where the act of creation was its own kind of prayer, its own kind of peace. And in that peace, we too might rest, letting the weight of the day fall away like chips of marble, leaving only the quiet, the dark, the promise of what might yet be shaped by morning's light. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Michelangelo's life was a tapestry woven with moments of decision, each thread pulling him in a new direction, shaping not just his art, but the very course of history. Some of these moments were grand and public, others quiet and personal, but all carried the weight of destiny. One of the first great turning points came when he was just a boy, barely 13 years old. His father, a stern and practical man, had hoped his son would pursue a respectable career in business or government. But young Michelangelo's heart belonged to art. Against his father's wishes, he apprenticed himself to the workshop of Domenico Ghirlandaio, a master painter in Florence. It was a rebellion fueled by passion, a quiet but unshakable insistence on following his own path. Had he bowed to his father's will, the world might never have known his genius. Instead, he stepped into the bustling world of Renaissance Florence, where the air hummed with creativity, and the streets themselves seemed to whisper of possibility. Another pivotal moment arrived when Lorenzo de' Medici, the great patron of the arts, invited Michelangelo to live and study in his palace. There, amid the gardens filled with ancient sculptures and the halls lined with books, the young artist found himself surrounded by poets, philosophers, and thinkers. It was here that he first held a chisel to marble, under the guidance of the sculptor Bertoldo di Giovanni. The stone seemed to speak to him, and he to it. One can only wonder what might have become of him had he remained solely a painter, his hands never learning the language of sculpture. But in those sunlit courtyards, under Lorenzo's watchful eye, he discovered the medium that would define his life. Then came a crisis that tested his spirit. After Lorenzo's death, Florence grew unstable, and Michelangelo fled to Bologna, then later to Rome. It was a time of uncertainty, a wandering period where he could have easily faded into obscurity. But in Rome, he found his footing once more, and at just 23 years old, he carved the Pietà Asterisk, a masterpiece so lifelike, so tender in its sorrow, that it stunned the world. The sculpture was a declaration, proof that he was no mere apprentice, but a master in his own right. Had he stayed in Florence, content with smaller commissions, or allowed fear to keep him from seeking new opportunities, his name might have been lost among the many talented artists of his time. Instead, he took the risk, and the Pietà became his passport to immortality. Yet, not all turning points were marked by triumph. Some were born of frustration, even failure. When Pope Julius II summoned Michelangelo to Rome to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling, the artist resisted. He saw himself as a sculptor, not a painter, and the task seemed unimaginably vast. He argued with the Pope, fled Rome in anger, and only returned under threat of excommunication. For 4 grueling years, he labored on his back, his neck aching, his hands cramping, the paint dripping into his eyes. It was a torment, and yet, from that torment emerged one of the greatest achievements in art history. What if he had refused the commission entirely? What if he had never climbed that scaffold, never stretched his arm toward the wet plaster, never let his vision unfurl across that vast expanse? The ceiling might have been painted by another hand, but it would not have been his asterisk. Those swirling figures, that divine spark, would have remained locked inside him, unseen, even in his later years, when most would have rested on their laurels. Michelangelo faced another crossroads. He was nearly 70 when Pope Paul III asked him to take over the construction of St. Peter's Basilica. The project was plagued by delays, mismanagement, and the ghosts of earlier architects. Many urged him to decline, to spend his final years in quiet retirement. But he could not turn away from the challenge. He redesigned the dome, simplifying its structure, giving it the soaring grace we know today. It was an act of faith, a belief that even in old age, he still had something to contribute. Had he refused, the skyline of Rome would lack its most iconic silhouette, and his legacy would have ended not with a crescendo, but a whisper. And then there were the quieter turns, the ones known only to him, the nights he spent by candlelight, sketching feverishly, his mind racing ahead of his hands. The moments he stood before a block of marble, sensing the form within, trusting his intuition to guide the chisel. The times he walked away from a commission, or destroyed his own work in frustration, only to begin again. Each choice, each hesitation or leap of faith shaped the artist he became. What if he had never carved the asterisk David asterisk, that defiant symbol of human potential? What if he had abandoned the asterisk Pieta Rondinini asterisk, leaving its figures forever half-formed? What if he had never picked up a chisel at all? The world would be poorer for it, yes, but so too would Michelangelo himself, for in the end, his greatest masterpiece was not any single sculpture or painting, but the life he shaped, one of relentless curiosity, of stubborn devotion to his craft, of refusing to settle for anything less than the vision in his mind's eye. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine these moments unfolding like scenes in a dream. The young artist stepping into Lorenzo's palace, the older man gazing up at the half-finished dome of St. Peter's, the quiet sigh as he lays down his tools for the last time. Each decision, each turn, was a brushstroke in the larger portrait of his life. And just as he found beauty in the rough stone, so too can we find comfort in knowing that our own lives are shaped by such moments, some small, some monumental, all part of the slow, patient work of becoming who we are meant to be. So let the weight of these thoughts soften, like marble yielding to the chisel, and let yourself rest in the quiet certainty that even the most ordinary life holds its own turning points, its own hidden masterpieces waiting to be revealed. Michelangelo's story reminds us that creation is never linear, that the path is never straight, but that within every twist and turn lies the possibility of something extraordinary. And with that thought, gentle and reassuring, we can close our eyes, letting the night carry us into dreams as vast and uncharted as the artist's own imagination. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Michelangelo's life was not one lived in solitude. though he often seemed to prefer the company of stone and silence to that of others. Yet even in his reclusive moments, he was shaped by the people who crossed his path, some briefly, like flashes of inspiration, others lingering like the steady glow of candlelight through long nights of work. His relationships were as complex and layered as the sculptures he carved, each one leaving its mark on his heart and his art. Let us begin with his family. The first, and perhaps most complicated bond of all. His father, Ludovico, was a stern man, proud of his noble lineage, but struggling with financial hardship. He disapproved of Michelangelo's early passion for art, seeing it as a trade beneath their station. There were harsh words, moments of tension that must have weighed heavily on the young artist's spirit. Yet, despite this friction, Ludovico eventually relented, allowing his son to apprentice under Ghirlandaio, a decision that would change the course of history. One wonders how Michelangelo carried that early disapproval, whether it fueled his relentless drive to prove himself, or whether he later forgave his father. Understanding the fears of a man who only wanted security for his son, his brothers, too, were figures in the background of his life, sometimes supportive, sometimes burdensome. He provided for them financially, even when it stretched his own resources thin, a testament to the deep sense of duty he felt toward family. There is something quietly touching in the way he took on this role. The artist who spent his days wrestling with marble giants, still making sure his siblings were cared for. Then there was Lorenzo de' Medici, the great patron who saw something extraordinary in the young Michelangelo and invited him into his household. This was more than mentorship. It was a kind of adoption, a nurturing of genius. In Lorenzo's palace, Michelangelo was exposed to poetry, philosophy, and the company of thinkers who expanded his mind beyond the workshop. One can imagine the quiet evenings in the Medici gardens, the young sculptor listening intently as Lorenzo spoke of beauty and power, absorbing lessons that would later infuse his work. When Lorenzo died, Michelangelo mourned him deeply, not just as a patron, but as a father figure who had believed in him when few others did. His friendships were few but profound. Among them was Vittoria Colonna, the noblewoman and poet whose intellect and spirit captivated him. Their bond was one of deep mutual respect, a meeting of minds that transcended the conventions of their time. They exchanged letters, poems, and sketches, and in her, Michelangelo found a rare kindred spirit, someone who understood the weight of his thoughts, the fire of his creativity. When Vittoria died, the loss struck him hard, leaving a void no other friendship could fill. There is a tenderness in the way he spoke of her, a reverence that suggests she was more than a muse. She was a mirror, reflecting back the best parts of himself. Then there were the apprentices and assistants who worked alongside him, men who became part of the rhythm of his daily life. Some, like Urbino, his trusted servant and friend, were with him for decades, sharing in the toil and triumphs of the studio. Urbino's death left Michelangelo bereft, and in a letter, he confessed that the loss felt like losing a part of himself. It is in these quiet, personal moments that we see the artist not as a mythic figure, but as a man who loved and grieved like any other. Of course, relationships were not always harmonious. His rivalry with Leonardo da Vinci crackled with tension, two giants of their age, each brilliant in his own way, yet unable to bridge the gap between their temperaments. Leonardo was fluid, experimental, while Michelangelo was intense, unyielding. Their clashes were legendary, from the competition over the Florentine frescoes to their mutual disdain in passing encounters. And yet, one wonders if there was also a grudging admiration beneath the bitterness, a recognition that each pushed the other to greater heights. His dealings with popes and patrons were equally fraught. Julius II, the fiery warrior pope, was both his greatest champion and his most infuriating obstacle. Their arguments over the Sistine Chapel ceiling were the stuff of legend. Michelangelo storming away, refusing to work, only to be drawn back by the force of the Pope's will and his own unshakable commitment to his vision. It was a turbulent partnership, but one that produced one of the most breathtaking achievements in art history. Later, his relationship with Pope Paul III was gentler, marked by mutual respect and an understanding that allowed Michelangelo to work with fewer interruptions, though never without demands. And what of love? Michelangelo's heart was a private place, and he guarded it carefully. There were whispers of unrequited passions for the young nobleman Tommaso dei Cavalieri, to whom he wrote impassioned sonnets and dedicated drawings of breathtaking beauty. Whether these feelings were romantic or a kind of deep spiritual affection remains a mystery. But what is certain is that they moved him deeply. His poetry to Tommaso speaks of yearning, of a love that was at once earthly and transcendent, a reflection of his belief that beauty was a path to the divine. Through all these connections, family, friends, rivals, loves, Michelangelo's life was woven into something richer and more nuanced than the solitary genius of legend. He was shaped by those who challenged him, who believed in him, who infuriated him, and who, in their own ways, loved him. Even in his later years, when he grew more isolated, his letters reveal a man who still sought connection, still valued the bonds that had carried him through a long and arduous life. As we drift into sleep, we might imagine him in his studio late at night, the flicker of a single candle casting shadows on the walls. Around him, the ghosts of all these relationships linger. Lorenzo's encouraging voice, Vittoria's quiet wisdom, Urbino's steadfast presence. They are there in the lines of his sculptures, in the strokes of his brush, in the words of his poems. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all, that even the most solitary creators are never truly alone, that every life is a tapestry of encounters, each thread essential to the whole. So let these thoughts settle softly around you, like the quiet hum of distant voices in a cathedral. Michelangelo's story reminds us that we too are shaped by the people who cross our paths, some for a moment, some for a lifetime. And with that comforting thought, we can surrender to sleep, knowing that our own lives, like his, are masterpieces in the making, shaped by hands seen and unseen. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Michelangelo's days often began before dawn, when the world outside his window was still cloaked in soft darkness. He would rise quietly, wrapping himself in a simple woolen cloak against the morning chill, and light a candle to guide his way through the dim rooms of his home. Even in his 70s and 80s, he maintained this habit, a rhythm as steady as the turning of the seasons. There was a quiet poetry to these early hours, a time when the city of Rome still slumbered, and he could move undisturbed through the stillness, preparing for the day ahead. Breakfast was a simple affair: bread, perhaps a little wine, sometimes a handful of dried fruit. He was never one for excess in his personal life. Despite the grandeur of his creations, his frugality was not born of necessity, but of preference. He found comfort in routine, in the small rituals that grounded him. After eating, he would often sit for a while with a piece of paper, sketching idly as his mind wandered. These were not the careful studies for future masterpieces, but loose, flowing lines, faces, hands, fragments of ideas that drifted through his thoughts like clouds. His studio was his sanctuary, a place where time seemed to bend around him. The air there was thick with the scent of marble dust and linseed oil, the floor littered with chips of stone and discarded sketches. He would work for hours without pause, his hands moving almost of their own accord, guided by some deep, unspoken understanding of the material. But it was not all relentless labor. There were moments when he would step back, wiping his brow, and simply gaze at the work in progress. In these pauses, he might recite a line of poetry under his breath, or hum a fragment of a tune he had heard in the streets. Music was a quiet pleasure for him, though he never claimed any skill in it. He simply enjoyed the way it filled the silence, weaving through his thoughts like a gentle current. Outside the studio, his life was marked by deep, if sometimes complicated, relationships. His family, though often a source of frustration, remained a constant presence. He supported them financially for much of his life, sending money to his father and brothers, even when it strained his own resources. There was a sense of duty in this, but also love, a tangled mix of obligation and affection that colored so many of his letters. He wrote to them frequently, his words sometimes sharp with irritation, other times tender with concern. In one letter to his father, he chided him for worrying too much about worldly matters, urging him to trust in God. In another, he reassured his nephew Leonardo about the family's honor, a theme that surfaced again and again in their correspondence. But it was his friendships that truly revealed the softer edges of his character. His bond with Vittoria Colonna, the noblewoman and poet, was one of the most profound of his later years. They would meet in the quiet corners of Rome, discussing art, faith, and the mysteries of the soul. Vittoria, with her keen intellect and gentle spirit, seemed to understand him in a way few others did. She was one of the few people who could coax him into conversation about his deepest beliefs, his fears, his doubts. Their letters were filled with mutual admiration and a shared search for divine truth. When she died, Michelangelo was heartbroken. He wrote that he could not bring himself to attend her funeral, so great was his grief. Instead, he honored her memory in his art, sketching her face from memory, as if trying to hold onto her presence just a little longer. Then there was Urbino, his faithful assistant and companion for over 25 years. Urbino was more than a servant. He was a confidant, a steady presence in the chaos of Michelangelo's life. He tended to the artist's needs with quiet efficiency, shielding him from distractions, ensuring he had what he required to work. When Urbino fell ill and died, Michelangelo was devastated. He took on the responsibility of arranging his funeral and providing for his widow and children, a gesture that spoke volumes about the depth of their bond. Despite his fame, Michelangelo was a deeply private man, uncomfortable with the adulation that followed him. He preferred the company of a few trusted friends to the crowds that gathered to admire his work. In his later years, he became something of a recluse, retreating into the solitude of his studio and the pages of his poetry. Yet even then, he was not entirely alone. Young artists sought his counsel, and he would sometimes welcome them, offering advice with a mix of gruffness and generosity. He knew what it was to struggle, to doubt, and he could not turn away from those who came to him in earnest. His poetry, often overlooked in the shadow of his visual art, was another window into his inner world. He wrote sonnets and madrigals, wrestling with themes of love, faith, and mortality. His verses were not polished like those of professional poets. They were raw, sincere, filled with the same restless energy that drove his chisel and brush. Some were addressed to Vittoria, others to unnamed loves, still others to God. In them, we hear his voice most clearly, the doubts, the longing, the relentless search for meaning. As the years passed, his routines grew simpler. He would take long walks through Rome, his eyes still sharp, observing the play of light on ancient stones. He found solace in the beauty of the natural world, in the way a tree bent in the wind or a cloud drifted across the sky. These small moments of stillness were as vital to him as his work, reminders that life was more than labor, more than fame. And so, as we imagine him in his final years, we see not the towering genius of legend, but a man flawed, weary, yet still curious, still creating. He would sit by the fire in the evenings, wrapped in his cloak, reading or sketching by candlelight. The world outside might have seen him as a titan, but in those quiet hours, he was simply himself, a man who had loved and lost, who had poured his soul into stone and paint, who had sought, above all, to understand the divine spark within us all. As sleep gently pulls you under, picture him there, in the flickering light, his hands resting on an unfinished drawing, his thoughts drifting like smoke toward the heavens. His life, like yours, was a tapestry of moments, some bright, some dark, all essential. And in that quiet truth, there is comfort, a reminder that even the greatest among us are human, shaped by the same joys and sorrows that touch us all. So breathe deeply, let go, and rest, knowing that your own story, like his, is still being written, one peaceful breath at a time. Like a gentle river flowing toward the sea, our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine Michelangelo in his youth, rising before the sun. The air in Florence is crisp, the sky still dark as he stirs from his simple bed. He sleeps little. His mind is too full of visions, too eager to begin shaping the marble that waits for him in the workshop. He washes his face with cold water, the shock of it sharpening his senses. Breakfast is simple, a piece of bread, perhaps some cheese, eaten quickly as the first light of dawn seeps through the shutters. He is already thinking of the day's work, his fingers twitching with the need to hold a chisel. The walk to the workshop is short, his steps quick with purpose. Inside, the scent of stone dust hangs in the air, mingling with the earthy smell of wet clay. His tools are laid out neatly, the mallet, the chisels of varying sizes, the rasps for smoothing. The block of marble stands before him, waiting to be transformed. He runs his hands over its rough surface, feeling for the form hidden within. Then he begins, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his mallet filling the room as chips of stone fall away. He works without pause, his concentration so deep that hours pass without notice. The sun climbs higher, casting shifting patterns of light across the floor, but he does not look up. By midday, his body aches, his hands stiff from gripping the tools. He pauses to stretch, rolling his shoulders, flexing his fingers. Lunch is a modest affair, a bowl of soup, some wine to ease the stiffness in his joints. He eats in silence, his mind still turning over the day's work. Sometimes he sketches in a small notebook, quick, fluid lines, capturing an idea before it slips away. Then, without lingering, he returns to the marble, the sound of his labor resuming like a steady heartbeat. As evening falls, the light in the workshop dims. Candles are lit, their golden glow flickering over the emerging figure in the stone. His movements slow, his strokes more deliberate now. Finally, as the shadows grow long, he sets down his tools. His hands are rough, streaked with dust, but he does not mind. He cleans them carefully, then steps outside into the cool air. The streets of Florence are quieter now, the bustle of the day giving way to a softer rhythm. He walks slowly, letting his thoughts unwind, his eyes tracing the outlines of the buildings around him, their beauty a quiet inspiration. Dinner is shared with friends or apprentices, the talk lively, but never distracting him entirely from the work still waiting in his mind. He eats little, some fish, perhaps, or roasted vegetables, the flavors simple but satisfying. Afterward, he may sit by the fire, a glass of wine in hand, listening to the stories of others. But soon, he excuses himself, retreating to his room where a candle burns beside a stack of papers. He sketches late into the night, his pen moving effortlessly across the page, capturing the visions that refuse to let him rest. Only when his eyes grow heavy does he finally lie down, sleep claiming him as the candle flickers out. In his middle years, his routines shift. Rome is his home now, a city of grand ambitions and endless work. He wakes early still, though his body protests more than it once did. The stiffness in his hands is worse now, the ache in his back a constant companion. But he rises anyway, dressing in simple, sturdy clothes, his mind already turning to the Sistine Chapel, to the scaffolding that waits for him high above the floor. Breakfast is a fleeting thing, a piece of fruit, some bread eaten standing as he prepares his brushes and pigments. The climb to the scaffold is steep, the air thick with the scent of wet plaster and paint. He works lying on his back, his neck craned at an awkward angle, his arms raised for hours at a time. The muscles in his shoulders burn, but he does not stop. The colors must be applied while the plaster is still wet, the strokes precise, the vision clear. His world narrows to the curve of a limb, the fold of a robe, the sweep of a wing. The hours blur together, marked only by the changing light filtering through the windows. At midday, he descends, his body stiff from the unnatural position. He eats little, some cheese, a slice of cured meat, just enough to sustain him. He drinks water, not wine, knowing he must keep his hands steady for the delicate work ahead. Sometimes he stretches out on the floor, closing his eyes for a few precious moments of rest. Then, with a groan, he climbs back up, resuming his place on the scaffold. The afternoons are long, the work painstaking. His fingers cramp, his vision blurs, but he presses on. The ceiling is vast, the figures multiplying beneath his brush. He does not count the hours, only the progress, an arm completed, a face given life. As daylight fades, he finally descends, his body exhausted, but his mind still restless. He walks through the streets of Rome, his steps slow, his eyes taking in the ancient ruins, the play of twilight on weathered stone. Dinner is a quiet affair, often taken alone. He eats sparingly some broth, a bit of bread, his appetite dulled by fatigue. Afterward, he sits by the fire, warming his stiff hands. Sometimes he reads, his fingers tracing the lines of a book, or he writes letters, his pen moving slowly across the page. but mostly he thinks of the work unfinished, of the visions still waiting to be born. When sleep comes, it is fitful, his dreams filled with half-formed figures, their voices whispering to him from the marble. In his final years, the pace slows further. He wakes with the sun, but there is no rush now. He lingers over breakfast, savoring the warmth of the bread, the sweetness of the fruit. His walks through Rome are leisurely, his steps measured, his eyes drinking in the beauty of the city he has come to love. He stops often to watch the light on a fountain, to study the curve of a statue in a quiet courtyard. These moments are no less vital than the work itself, each one a small meditation, a reminder of the beauty that endures. His studio is smaller now, more intimate. The tools are fewer: a chisel, a piece of charcoal, a sheet of paper. He no longer wrestles with great blocks of marble, but his hands still long to create. He sketches, his lines softer now, less certain, but still full of feeling. The subjects are simpler: a child's face, a branch in bloom, the quiet grace of an old man's hands. He works in short bursts, resting often, his body no longer able to sustain the long hours of his youth. Lunch is a simple pleasure: some soup, a bit of wine, shared with an old friend or an apprentice who still comes to learn from the master. The talk is easy, the silences comfortable. Afterward, he may nap, his chair pulled close to the window, the sunlight warm on his face. When he wakes, he returns to his sketches, his movements slow but sure. Evenings are the gentlest time. He sits by the fire, wrapped in a cloak, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Sometimes he reads poetry, the words soft and soothing. Other times he simply gazes into the fire, his thoughts drifting like smoke. Supper is light: some bread, a bit of cheese, a few olives. He eats slowly, savoring each bite. Then, as the night deepens, he prepares for bed, his movements deliberate, unhurried. The candle burns low as he lies down, his breath steady, his mind at peace. And so, as sleep claims him, we see not the legendary artist, but simply a man tired, content, his hands still marked by a lifetime of creation. His dreams are quiet now, no longer filled with unfinished work, but with the soft, slow rhythm of a life well lived. And as you drift into sleep yourself, imagine him there, at rest at last, his story woven into the tapestry of time, a reminder that even the greatest lives are made of small, quiet moments, each one precious, each one enough. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Michelangelo's thoughts moved like the slow carving of marble, deep, deliberate, shaped by time and pressure into something enduring. From his earliest days, he believed that beauty was not merely made, but revealed, hidden within every block of stone. He saw a form waiting to be set free. The sculpture is already complete within the marble block before I start my work, he once said. This was more than an artistic method. It was his way of seeing the world. life, too, was a matter of removing what was unnecessary, of uncovering the truth beneath the surface. His faith was the quiet, steady kind, not loud with sermons, but present in every line he drew. He believed deeply in the divine spark within humanity, that people, flawed as they were, carried within them something of God's own hand. His figures, whether the sorrowful Pieta or the commanding Moses, were not just statues, but vessels of the sacred. Even Adam, stretched out on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, was not so much a man being given life as one already alive, already reaching for the divine. Michelangelo saw no separation between the earthly and the holy. To sculpt, to paint, was to participate in creation itself. Yet he was never without struggle. Perfection haunted him, and his letters reveal a man often dissatisfied, always pushing himself further. He was plagued by doubt, by the fear that his hands might fail the visions in his mind. But even this struggle was part of his philosophy. He did not wait for inspiration. He believed in labor, in the slow accumulation of effort. Genius is eternal patience, he often reminded his apprentices. And so he worked, day after day, his chisel or brush moving with the quiet certainty of a man who knew that greatness was built not in leaps, but in small, patient strokes. His view of the world was shaped by solitude. He preferred the company of stone and silence to the noise of crowds. Even in Florence, where artists gathered and debated, he remained apart, more comfortable in the dim light of his studio than in the clamor of the piazza. "I live alone and miserable," he confessed in one letter, though he did not always seem to mind. Solitude was his companion, his thoughts his truest dialogue. But this did not mean he was without love, only that his affections ran deep, quiet, like an underground river. His friendships were few, but fierce, his loyalty unshakable. To those he trusted, he gave not just his time, but his truth. As he grew older, his thoughts turned often to mortality. The tombs he sculpted for Lorenzo de' Medici, for Pope Julius II, were not just monuments to the dead, but meditations on time itself. His later works, like the Rondinini Pieta, grew simpler, more inward, as if he were stripping away all but the essential. The figures no longer strained against their marble. They seemed to emerge from it like shadows, half formed, half gone. He had spent a lifetime wrestling with stone, and now, in his final years, he seemed to accept that some forms would never be fully freed, but acceptance did not mean surrender. Even as his hands grew stiff, he kept working, driven not by ambition, but by something quieter, a need to keep listening, to keep uncovering. "I am still learning," he said in his 80s, and this was the heart of his philosophy. That life was not a thing to be mastered, but a mystery to be lived. He did not seek fame, though it found him. He did not chase wealth, though it came. What mattered was the work, the slow, patient act of bringing something true into the world. His values were simple, though they demanded everything. Honesty Above all, not just in art, but in life, he refused to flatter, even when it cost him patrons. "I cannot make a painting look good if it is not good in itself," he once told a displeased cardinal. Integrity was not a choice, but a necessity. He believed in perseverance, in showing up day after day, even when the work felt impossible. And he believed in beauty not as ornament, but as truth made visible. In the end, his philosophy was as much in his silences as in his words. He left no grand treatise, no manifesto. His teachings were in the curve of a wrist, the fold of a robe, the way light fell across a face he had carved. He did not need to explain, because the work itself was the explanation. And so, as the candle burned low in his studio, as his tired hands finally rested, he had no last words, no final lesson. Only the quiet certainty that the stone, the brush, the page, these were enough. The act of creation was the act of living, and in that, he had found his peace. Now, as you drift toward sleep, imagine him there, not as the Titan of the Renaissance, but as a man sitting by the fire, his thoughts softening like the embers. His life, like all lives, was made of moments. The weight of a chisel in his hand, the scent of wet clay, the quiet satisfaction of a line drawn just right. And in these small, unhurried gestures, he found his meaning. So too, perhaps, might we. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Michelangelo's life was not one of unbroken triumphs, far from it, even as he shaped marble into forms that seemed to breathe. He faced setbacks that would have broken a lesser spirit. His path was strewn with obstacles, some born of circumstance, others of his own unyielding nature, and yet through each trial he found a way forward, not with grand gestures, but with the quiet, relentless persistence of a man who knew no other way to live. Take, for instance, the early days of his career, when he was still a young artist seeking recognition. His first major commission, a statue of the biblical David, was carved from a block of marble that had been abandoned by another sculptor. The stone was flawed, riddled with imperfections, and many believed it was beyond saving. But Michelangelo saw something within it, a figure waiting to be freed. For months, he worked in solitude, chiseling away the excess, enduring the doubts of others and the strain of his own ambition. And when at last the towering David emerged, it was not merely a statue, but a testament to what could be achieved when one refused to surrender to limitations. But not all challenges could be overcome by sheer will. There were times when politics and rivalries intruded upon his work. The frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, now celebrated as one of the greatest achievements in art, were at first a source of deep frustration for him. He had never considered himself a painter. Sculpture was his true calling. And when Pope Julius II insisted he take on the project, Michelangelo resisted. The physical toll was immense. For years, he labored on his back, his neck craned, his arms aching as he painted the vaulted ceiling. The pigments dripped into his eyes, the plaster dried too quickly, and the scale of the work was overwhelming. And yet, he continued, slowly, stroke by stroke. The figures took shape, prophets, sibyls, the very hand of God reaching toward man. What began as an unwanted task became his masterpiece, not because it was easy, but because he refused to turn away from the difficulty. Then there were the personal losses that shadowed him. He outlived many of those he loved: his mother, his brothers, his dearest friends. Each death left its mark, deepening the solitude that already clung to him. He channeled his grief into his art, carving the Pieta, a sculpture of Mary cradling the lifeless Christ, with a tenderness that spoke of his own sorrow. Even in his later years, when his hands grew stiff and his eyes dimmed, he continued to work, as if creation itself was the only answer to the inevitable decay of life. Financial struggles, too, were a constant companion. Despite his fame, he lived frugally, often hoarding his earnings or sending money to his family. Patrons delayed payments, commissions were canceled, and rival artists schemed against him. Once, when a pope withheld his wages, Michelangelo simply left Rome, refusing to beg for what was rightfully his. Only when the pope relented did he return, not out of submission, but because the work itself called him back. Perhaps the greatest obstacle of all was his own temperament. He was stubborn, prone to outbursts, and unwilling to compromise his vision. When a cardinal criticized the colors of the Last Judgment, Michelangelo responded by painting the man's likeness into the scene as a damned soul in hell. Such defiance cost him allies, yet he could no sooner betray his principles than he could stop breathing. Even in old age, when most would seek comfort, he took on the colossal task of designing the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, knowing he would not live to see it completed. Through it all, he learned the same lesson again and again. That struggle was inseparable from creation. The marble resisted before it yielded. The fresco cracked before it held. The mind doubted before it understood. And so he worked, not in spite of the hardships, but through them, finding in each obstacle a hidden shape, a form waiting to be revealed. As you rest now, think of him not as the untouchable genius of legend, but as a man who knew weariness, doubt, and failure, yet kept going. His life was not a straight path to glory, but a winding road marked by setbacks and recoveries, by moments of despair and quiet triumphs, and in that, perhaps, lies its deepest comfort. For if even Michelangelo stumbled, then so too may we. And yet, like him, we may also rise, one slow, steady step at a time. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the towering reputation of Michelangelo, the sculptor of gods and painter of heavens, there existed a quieter, more private man, one whose lesser-known habits and hidden passions reveal a soul far more complex than the myths suggest. Even as he shaped immortal masterpieces, he carried within him the same contradictions, fears, and simple joys as any ordinary person. Few know, for instance, that he was deeply superstitious, a man who saw omens in the smallest things. He believed dreams carried warnings, and he often delayed journeys if the morning light struck the rooftops in a way that felt unlucky. Once, when a raven landed on his windowsill just as he was about to begin a new commission, he put down his chisel for the entire day, convinced the bird's presence was a sign of misfortune. It was this same man, so attuned to unseen forces, who would later carve the defiant David from a single flawed block, proof that even superstition could not fully eclipse his determination. In his private hours, he was an avid reader, not just of philosophy and poetry, as one might expect, but of humble folk tales and fables. He kept a well-worn collection of stories from the Italian countryside, tales of trickster foxes and wise old crones, which he would sometimes recite to his assistants during breaks in their work. And though his letters often crackled with intensity, there were moments when he would pause to sketch a small, whimsical doodle in the margins. A cat curled in sleep, a child chasing a butterfly, tiny glimpses of lightness in a life so often weighed down by his own relentless drive. One of his most surprising talents was his skill as a cook. Despite his austere lifestyle, he took great pleasure in preparing simple meals, especially soups and rustic breads. He believed the rhythm of kneading dough was not unlike sculpting. Both required patience, a feel for the material, and a willingness to wait for the right moment. His apprentices often joked that his focaccia was nearly as famous as his frescoes, though only those closest to him ever had the privilege of tasting it. He also had a peculiar habit of hoarding oddities, small stones with unusual shapes, fragments of colored glass, twisted roots that resembled human figures. His studio was cluttered with these treasures, each one a potential spark for his imagination. To him, the world was full of hidden forms, waiting to be noticed. And then there were his nights. While history remembers him laboring by candlelight, few speak of the times when the work simply would not come, when he would set aside his tools and wander the streets of Rome, wrapped in a cloak, listening to the distant laughter from taverns, the murmurs of late-night storytellers in the piazzas. On these walks, he was just another shadow, anonymous and unburdened by expectation. He would sometimes pause to watch the lamplight flicker on the cobblestones, thinking not of divine visions, but of the quiet beauty of ordinary lives unfolding around him. Even his famed temper had its softer counterpoints. Though he could rage against popes and princes, he was known to show extraordinary tenderness toward animals. He once nursed an injured pigeon back to health, keeping it in a basket near his workbench until it could fly again. And when a stray dog began following him through the streets of Florence, he not only allowed it, but sketched the creature repeatedly, fascinated by the way its fur caught the light. Perhaps most surprising of all was his love of music. He had no formal training, but he would often hum while he worked, simple melodies that wove through the hours of chiseling and painting. Some say that, in his final years, when his hands grew too stiff to sculpt, he would sit by the fire and tap out rhythms on the arm of his chair, a quiet echo of the creative pulse that had driven him all his life. These small, overlooked fragments of his existence remind us that even the most monumental figures are made of ordinary moments. The same hands that carved the paella also kneaded bread. The same eyes that saw angels in marble also lingered on the flight of a bird at dusk. And the same heart that burned with divine inspiration also knew the quiet ache of loneliness, the comfort of a shared meal, the fleeting joy of a song half remembered. So as you drift toward sleep, imagine him not only as the artist who touched eternity, but as the man who paused to watch the sunset, who kept a piece of sea glass in his pocket, who laughed at a well-told joke. In these gentle details, he becomes not a distant titan, but someone who might have walked beside you, his footsteps as human as your own. And if, in your dreams, you glimpse a figure bent over a workbench, know that he is not always shaping masterpieces. Sometimes he is simply stirring a pot of soup, or tracing the path of a moth circling a candle, or listening, as you do now, to the slow, steady rhythm of the night. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine, as sleep begins to settle over you, the world as it was in the late 15th century, when Michelangelo was born. The air smelled of wood smoke and damp stone, of freshly turned earth, and the faint metallic tang of iron tools. The streets of Florence, where he would grow up, were narrow and winding, paved with uneven cobblestones that echoed with the footsteps of merchants, scholars, and laborers. The city was alive with the hum of voices, the clatter of carts, and the occasional tolling of church bells that drifted like a lullaby over the rooftops. This was a time of great change, a bridge between the medieval world and the Renaissance, that golden age when humanity seemed to wake anew to beauty, curiosity, and the endless possibilities of the mind. The printing press had only recently been invented, and books, once rare treasures copied by hand, were beginning to spread ideas like seeds on the wind. Explorers set sail into unknown waters, their ships cutting through waves that had never before carried such dreams. Columbus would cross the Atlantic when Michelangelo was still a boy, and the world would stretch wider than anyone had imagined. But in Florence, the heart of the Renaissance, the great shift was not in geography, but in thought. The Medici family, wealthy bankers and patrons of the arts, filled their palaces with philosophers, poets, and painters. They collected ancient manuscripts, statues from Greece and Rome, and and encouraged artists to study the human form with a precision that had been lost for centuries. It was in this world that Michelangelo, the son of a minor official, would find his calling, not as a scholar or a merchant, but as an artist who would shape marble as if it were flesh, who would make stone breathe. Yet for all the grandeur of the age, daily life moved at the pace of candlelight and the turning of the seasons. There were no electric lamps to push back the night, only flickering torches and the soft glow of oil lamps casting long shadows on the walls. Winter brought biting cold, the kind that seeped into bones and made artists warm their hands over braziers between strokes of the chisel. Summer draped the city in heavy heat, the kind that made even the most diligent pause in the shade of a courtyard, sipping watered wine and listening to the drowsy hum of bees among the flowers. The church loomed large over all of life, its teachings woven into every moment, from the prayers murmured at dawn to the last whispered devotions before sleep. The great cathedrals, with their soaring arches and stained glass windows, were not just places of worship, but the very pulse of the community. It was for these sacred spaces that artists like Michelangelo labored, carving saints and angels from blocks of marble, painting frescoes that told stories of faith and redemption. But even in this world of devotion, there was room for human frailty. The same priests who preached piety might also enjoy a bawdy joke. The same cardinals who commissioned religious art might also indulge in feasts that lasted deep into the night. And then there were the wars, the endless, shifting conflicts between city-states, between kingdoms, between empires. Florence, proud and independent, was often caught in the tides of power, its fortunes rising and falling with the whims of princes and popes. Michelangelo would live through sieges and exiles, would see friends flee and fortunes collapse. He would know what it was to work under the shadow of uncertainty, to have patrons vanish overnight, to see his creations abandoned, half finished. Yet through it all, he would return to the stone, to the steady rhythm of mallet and chisel, as if the act of creation itself were a kind of refuge. The world beyond Italy was just as restless. In the north, Luther would soon nail his theses to a church door, sparking a reformation that would split Christendom in two. The Ottoman Empire pressed at the edges of Europe, its armies a constant murmur of threat. New diseases crossed continents, carried by ships and merchants, and plagues would still sweep through cities with terrifying swiftness. Life was fragile, fleeting, a truth that made the art of the time all the more urgent, all the more poignant. But for now, let your thoughts drift back to Florence, to the quieter moments. Picture Michelangelo, not as the legendary sculptor, but as a young apprentice, his fingers smudged with charcoal as he copies the works of his masters. See him pause to watch the way light spills through a window, illuminating the dust motes that float like tiny stars. Imagine him walking through the market square, where the scent of roasting chestnuts mingles with the tang of leather and dye, where the voices of vendors rise and fall in a melody as old as the city itself. He would have known the sound of rain on tile roofs, the way it softened the edges of the world. He would have felt the weight of a wool cloak in winter, the scratch of rough linen in summer. He would have tasted bread still warm from the oven, dipped in oil so fresh it carried the perfume of olives. These were the textures of his life, the ordinary backdrop against which his extraordinary visions took shape. And as the years passed, as his fame grew, he would travel to Rome, that eternal city where emperors and popes had left their mark in ruins and palaces. There, amid the broken columns of the Forum, he would walk where Caesar had walked, would touch stones that had weathered 1,000 years of history. The past was never truly past in Rome. It lingered in the very air, in the way sunlight gilded the edges of ancient statues, in the whispers of ghosts that seemed to drift through the Colosseum at dusk. It was here, under the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel, that he would spend years on his back, painting scenes from Genesis with a brush that must have felt, at times, as heavy as a boulder. His body would ache, his eyes would strain in the dim light, and yet he would press on, driven by something beyond exhaustion, beyond doubt. And when at last he stepped down from the scaffold, his work complete, he would be nearly blind from the effort, his neck permanently bent from gazing upward for so long. But before that moment, before the fame and the weariness, there were countless other days when he was simply a man moving through the world, feeling the coolness of marble under his palms, the sting of a splinter in his thumb, the quiet satisfaction of a line drawn just right. Days when he might have sat by a window, listening to the distant song of a street musician, or shared a meal with friends, laughing over a story that left no trace in history. And so, as sleep carries you back through time, remember that the great figures of the past were not statues themselves, but flesh and blood, as real as the weight of your own eyelids now. The world that shaped Michelangelo was one of beauty and brutality, of faith and frailty, of towering achievements and small, unrecorded joys. It was a world not so unlike our own, if we pause to listen to its echoes in the stroke of a brush, in the curve of a hand, in the quiet moments between one breath and the next. Let the rhythm of these thoughts slow your breathing, soften your mind. The past is not so far away. It lingers in the spaces between wakefulness and dreams, in the gentle hum of history that whispers just beneath the surface of the night. And somewhere within it, a man bends over his work, not yet knowing how the ages will remember him, concerned only with the next stroke, the next breath, the next moment as it unfolds, one after another, like the turning of pages in a book you can no longer quite see. Sleep now, and if you dream of marble, of frescoes, of a city bathed in golden light, know that you are walking the same streets he once did, breathing the same air, under the same moon, that has watched over countless nights, just like this one. The past is patient. It will wait for you to return. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Michelangelo's hands shaped more than marble and paint. They shaped the very way we see the world. His work did not simply exist in his time. It rippled outward, touching artists, thinkers, and ordinary people for centuries after. Even now, when we look at a sculpture or gaze upon a painted ceiling, we are seeing through eyes that he helped to train, through a lens he helped to polish. His influence was not loud or sudden, but deep and slow, like the carving of stone over years, like the settling of dust in a quiet chapel long after the artist has left. In his own lifetime, Michelangelo was already a legend, though he would have scoffed at the idea. He did not set out to change art. He simply followed the visions in his mind. The figures he believed were already hidden within the stone, but in doing so, he transformed what was possible. Before him, sculpture had been graceful, balanced, idealized. After him, it became something raw and alive, muscles taut with motion, faces heavy with thought. His David was not just a statue. It was a declaration that beauty could hold tension, that perfection could tremble with humanity. People who saw it stood in silence, then spoke in hushed tones, as if in the presence of something holy, and in a way they were. The same power lived in his paintings. The Sistine Chapel ceiling was not merely a decoration. It was a universe. When the public first saw it, they did not know what to make of such grandeur. Some whispered that no mortal could have made it, that divine hands must have guided the brush. Others simply wept. For the first time, the biblical stories were not flat and distant, but pulsing with life. Adam's finger nearly touching God's, the swirl of prophets and sibyls, the terror of the Last Judgment. It was as if Michelangelo had torn open the sky and let heaven pour through. Art would never be the same, but his influence was not just in the grand gestures. It was in the small things, the quiet shifts in how people thought. Before Michelangelo, artists were often seen as mere craftsmen, skilled but unimportant. He helped change that. He insisted that creation was sacred, that the artist's hand was guided by something beyond ordinary labor. Popes and princes, who once commanded artists like servants, began to treat them with something like reverence. Even now, when we speak of genius, when we imagine the artist as a solitary, tormented figure wrestling with visions, we are walking in footsteps he helped to lay. His legacy did not fade with time. Instead, it grew, like ivy climbing the walls of history. The Renaissance masters who came after him, Raphael, Titian, even the rebellious Caravaggio, could not escape his shadow. They borrowed his techniques, his drama, his way of making the human body speak without words. Centuries later, the Romantics would see in him a kindred spirit, a man who channeled the sublime. Even in the chaotic swirl of contemporary art, his ghost lingers in the way a figure twists in space, in the way light falls across a face, in the unshakable belief that art should stir the soul, and it is not only artists who carry his influence. Every person who has ever stood before the Pieta and felt their breath catch, every traveler who has craned their neck in the Sistine Chapel until their muscles ached, every student who has traced the lines of his sketches in wonder, they, too, have been changed by him. He taught us that beauty is not always gentle, that truth is not always comfortable. He showed us that stone can weep, that paint can thunder, that a single figure, perfectly rendered, can hold all the sorrow and joy of the world. His name became a myth, but the truth is simpler and softer. He was just a man who woke each morning, rubbed the sleep from his eyes, and went to work. He doubted, he struggled, he left pieces unfinished. He knew frustration and exhaustion, just as we do. But somewhere in the midst of all that ordinary labor, something extraordinary took shape. And that is perhaps his greatest lesson, that greatness is not a sudden lightning strike, but the slow accumulation of days, the patient layering of effort upon effort, until what was once hidden is finally revealed. So if you find yourself drifting now, let his story settle over you like the gentlest of veils. Think of the marble dust that must have clung to his clothes, the candlelight flickering over his work as night deepened. Think of all the hands that have touched what he made, all the eyes that have traced his lines, all the hearts that have quickened at his vision. The past is not so far away. It lingers in the curve of a shoulder, in the fold of a robe, in the quiet space between what is human and what is divine. And if sleep carries you now, let it carry you as it carried him, away from the noise of the world, into the hush where creation begins, the echoes of his chisel, the whispers of his brush. They are still here, waiting for anyone who pauses long enough to listen. The night is patient. The art endures. Rest now, and perhaps, in your dreams, you will feel the faintest breath of marble coming to life with the gentleness of falling snow. We transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. There was a time, long before he became the Michelangelo we remember, when he was just a boy with dirt on his hands and a stubbornness that refused to be tamed. His family wanted him to study, to become a respectable scholar or merchant. But the young Michelangelo would sneak away to the workshops of Florence, watching the artists at work, his fingers itching to shape the world as they did. One day, he found himself in the garden of Lorenzo de' Medici, where ancient sculptures lay half buried in the earth, their faces worn by time. He knelt beside them, running his hands over the cold stone, feeling the stories trapped inside. Lorenzo, the great patron of the arts, noticed this boy with the intense gaze and asked him what he saw in those broken fragments. And so began his life in marble. He worked with a quiet fury, often forgetting to eat or sleep, lost in the rhythm of hammer and chisel. There is a story that once, deep in the night, a friend found him still laboring by candlelight, his hands raw, his clothes covered in dust. When asked why he didn't rest, Michelangelo simply said, "The figure is speaking to me." That was how he lived, listening to the stone, following its whispers, even when his body begged for rest. Not all his days were spent in solitude. He had a rival, Leonardo da Vinci, a man whose mind moved like water, always flowing, always changing. They were opposites in many ways. Leonardo, elegant and refined; Michelangelo, rough and untamed. Once in the streets of Florence, they passed each other, and Leonardo, with his usual grace, made some polite remark about sculpture being a lesser art. The air between them crackled with tension, but perhaps, in their rivalry, they pushed each other to greater heights. There were moments of tenderness too, hidden beneath the gruff exterior. When he was carving the Pietà, the sculpture of Mary cradling the dead Christ, he worked with such care that the marble seemed to breathe. People who saw it wept, for it was not just stone, it was grief made visible. Years later, when he overheard someone attributing the work to another artist, Michelangelo slipped into the church in the dead of night and carved his name across Mary's sash. It was the only piece he ever signed, a rare moment of pride in a life usually marked by relentless self-doubt. He was not always easy to be around. His temper was famous, his moods as shifting as the light on his sculptures. Once, while painting the Sistine Chapel, he threw a plank at the Pope himself in frustration. Julius II, a man not known for patience, stormed out in a rage, only to return the next day. Because even a pope could not deny genius, Michelangelo worked on his back for years, paint dripping into his eyes, his body aching. Yet he refused help, insisting that every brush stroke must be his own. When it was done, his beard had grown wild, his spine was bent, and his hands trembled like an old man's. But the ceiling, oh, the ceiling, it was as if the heavens had opened. In his later years, he became obsessed with the idea of unfinished work. He left statues half emerged from the marble, their limbs still trapped in stone, as if they were struggling to break free. Some say it was because he grew weary, but others believe it was intentional, a reminder that perfection is not the goal, only the reaching. He would walk through his studio at night, running his hands over these incomplete figures, whispering to them like old friends. And then there were the poems. Few know that Michelangelo wrote hundreds of them, late into the night, when his hands were too stiff to carve. They were filled with longing, with questions about love and God and the fleeting nature of beauty. He was speaking of his own struggle, the sense that his entire life had been spent trying to uncover what was already there, waiting. Near the end, when his body failed him, he would sit by the fire, staring at the flames, still seeing shapes in the flickering light. His last sculpture, the Rondinini Pietà, was worked and reworked until it was almost abstract, the figures barely distinguishable from the stone. It was as if he had come full circle back to those broken statues in Lorenzo's garden, back to the truth that art is not about mastery, but about surrender. When he died, he left behind instructions to be buried quietly, without fuss. But Florence would not allow it. They brought his body back in secret, under cover of night, and laid him to rest in the city he loved. Today, if you visit his tomb, you will see 3 figures, painting, sculpture, and architecture, mourning over his lifeless body. And yet, in the stillness, you might also hear the faintest tap of a chisel, the whisper of marble yielding, as if even in death, he is still at work. So let these stories drift over you now, like shadows on a wall, softening the edges of the day. The great Michelangelo, the man who shaped the divine from dust, was also just a man who knew exhaustion, who doubted, who left things unfinished. And perhaps that is the most comforting thought of all, that even the most luminous souls walked the same earth we do, one slow, patient step at a time. Close your eyes now and imagine the sound of his chisel, steady as a heartbeat, carving not just stone, but time itself. The night is long, and the work is never truly done. Rest and let the marble dreams come. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In his later years, Michelangelo moved through the world like a man half in shadow, his hands still restless, his mind still teeming with visions. Though his body had begun to weary, he was no longer the young prodigy who had astonished Florence with the Pietà, nor the fiery artist who had lain on his back for years to paint the Sistine chapel ceiling. Time had softened the edges of his intensity, but it had not dulled his need to create. Even in old age, he rose before dawn, wrapped himself in a simple woolen cloak, and made his way to the workshop, where blocks of marble waited like silent companions. By then, he had outlived most of his friends and rivals, Leonardo, Raphael, even the popes who had both exalted and frustrated him. The world around him had changed, too. The Renaissance, that golden age he had helped define, was giving way to new movements, new voices. Yet Michelangelo remained, a bridge between eras, his hands still shaping the future, even as his heart lingered in the past. His final works were quieter, more introspective. There was the Rondinini Pietà asterisk, a sculpture he returned to again and again, chiseling away until the figures of Mary and Christ became almost spectral, their forms merging in a tender, sorrowful embrace. He never finished it. Some say he couldn't, that he kept searching for something just beyond his grasp, a perfection that eluded even him. And perhaps that was the lesson of his later years, that art, like life, is never truly complete, only abandoned when the hands can no longer hold the tools. Yet, even in his 80s, his genius was undeniable. When he was called upon to design the dome of St. Peter's Basilica, he accepted not for fame or money. He had no need of either, but because the work still called to him. He sketched the soaring curves, with the same reverence he had once reserved for the human form, as if architecture, too, could be a kind of prayer. He would not live to see it finished, but his vision would endure, a crown of stone and light over Rome, a testament to what one man's mind could conceive. Those who knew him in those final years spoke of a man both fierce and tender, his temper softened by time, but his passion undimmed. He wrote poetry in the evenings, verses filled with longing and doubt, wrestling with faith and mortality as he had once wrestled with marble. In one sonnet, he wondered if his art had been worth the sacrifices, if the divine spark he had chased all his life had ever truly been within reach. It was a humble thought from a man who had reshaped the world with his hands. And then, quietly, the end came. He was working almost until his last breath, sketching, planning, dreaming. When he died, the story goes, he asked to be buried without ceremony, as if even in death he wished to slip away unnoticed. But Florence, the city that had nurtured and challenged him, would not allow it. Under cover of night, his body was smuggled back, hidden in a merchant's cart like precious contraband, and laid to rest in the shadows of the Basilica di Santa Croce. Among the poets and scholars he had admired, the world mourned, but it also marveled. Even then, people understood that something extraordinary had passed from the earth. His works were studied, copied, revered. The Sistine Chapel became a pilgrimage site, not just for the devout, but for artists who stood beneath its ceiling, necks craned, mouths agape, wondering how mere hands could have conjured such majesty. His David, once a symbol of Florentine pride, became a beacon for all humanity, a reminder of what beauty and courage could look like when carved from stone. And yet, for all the grandeur of his legacy, Michelangelo would have been the first to laugh at the idea of perfection. He knew the cracks in the marble, the strokes of the brush he wished he could undo. He had left statues half-carved, paintings unfinished, poems scribbled in the margins of sketches. In his imperfections, he was like all of us, flawed, striving, never quite satisfied. And that, perhaps, is why his work still speaks to us. Not because it is divine, but because it is human. Today, when you walk through the halls of the Vatican or stand before the tombs of the Medici, you can almost feel his presence, not as a distant legend, but as a man who once stood where you stand, squinting at the light, adjusting a line here, a shadow there. His fingerprints are still pressed into the clay models he left behind. His breath seems to linger in the dust of his workshop. And if you listen very closely, in the quiet of an empty gallery or the hush of a church at twilight, you might hear it, the faintest echo of a chisel striking stone, the sigh of a man who never stopped searching for the sublime. So let yourself drift now, carried by the rhythm of his work, the slow, steady pulse of creation. Imagine the weight of the marble in his hands, the way the light fell across his shoulders as he bent over his desk, the way the world softened at the edges when he lost himself in the act of making. The night is deep, and the stories are endless. Rest, and let the echoes of his genius lull you into dreams of half-carved angels and unfinished symphonies in stone. The work goes on, even in silence. Even in sleep, the gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Michelangelo's hands may have stilled long ago, but the ripples of his genius continue to spread, gentle as the fall of marble dust, quiet as the whisper of a charcoal stroke across paper. His legacy is not confined to the past. It breathes in the work of artists who came after him, in the grand halls of museums, in the quiet studios where sculptors still wrestle with stone, seeking the same truth he once pursued. Even now, centuries later, his name is spoken with reverence, his influence felt in ways both subtle and profound. Imagine walking through the halls of the Vatican, where the Sistine Chapel ceiling still draws gasps from visitors who crane their necks to take in the swirling drama of creation. The figures seem to move, to breathe, as if they might step down from the frescoes at any moment. This was Michelangelo's gift, the ability to make the divine feel alive, tangible. And it is a gift that has never faded. Artists who followed him, Baroque masters like Caravaggio, whose dramatic use of light and shadow owes much to Michelangelo's chiaroscuro, found in his work a language for expressing the human spirit in all its complexity. Even those who never saw his work in person were shaped by it. The great romantic sculptor Auguste Rodin, standing before the marble giants of Florence, felt the weight of Michelangelo's influence. He would later say that it was Michelangelo who freed him from academic constraints, who showed him that emotion could be carved into stone, that tension and movement could be captured in stillness. Rodin's The Thinker asterisk, with its brooding intensity, echoes Michelangelo's Il Pensieroso asterisk, the contemplative figure from the Medici Chapel. The lineage is clear, one artist speaking to another across the centuries, a silent conversation in stone. And then there are those who rebelled against him, as all great successors must, the Mannerists, who came immediately after the High Renaissance, took Michelangelo's twisting figures and elongated them further, playing with proportion in ways that bordered on the surreal. Artists like Parmigianino and Pontormo pushed the boundaries of form, creating works that were at once homage and challenge. Even in their defiance, they acknowledged his towering presence. No one could ignore Michelangelo. In the quiet of modern studios, his lessons still resonate. Sculptors today speak of his asterisk non finito asterisk technique, the unfinished figures that seem to emerge from the stone as if by magic, as a revelation. There is something deeply human in those rough-hewn forms, something that speaks of struggle and potential. Contemporary artists like Anish Kapoor have drawn from this idea, playing with the tension between the polished and the raw, between what is revealed and what remains hidden. The act of creation, Michelangelo seemed to say, is never truly complete. Beyond the world of fine art, his influence stretches into architecture, film, even fashion. The domes of churches across the world owe something to his designs for St. Peter's Basilica, their curves reaching for the heavens just as his did. Filmmakers like Stanley Kubrick, with their meticulous attention to composition and light, have cited the grandeur of Michelangelo's work as inspiration, and fashion designers draping fabric over mannequins sometimes echo the folds of his marble robes. The way cloth seems to cling and flow in his sculptures. But perhaps the most enduring legacy is the way he teaches us to see, to look at a block of stone and imagine the life inside it. To understand that art is not merely decoration, but a kind of prayer, an attempt to touch something beyond ourselves, in museums, in churches, in quiet moments when the light falls just right. His presence lingers. The Pietà still cradles her son with unbearable tenderness. David stands poised, forever young, forever defiant, and in the Sistine Chapel, the finger of God stretches toward Adam, an eternal moment of connection. The night is long, and the world is full of echoes. Close your eyes, and you might hear them, the tap of a chisel, the sigh of an artist lost in thought, the quiet hum of creativity that never truly sleeps. Michelangelo's work lives on, not just in marble and pigment, but in the hearts of those who still believe in beauty, in striving, in the sublime. Rest now, and let his legacy carry you into dreams where the stone breathes, and the figures wait, half formed, for the next hand to set them free. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There is something about great artists that makes us want to simplify them, to smooth out the rough edges of their lives into a story too perfect to be true. Michelangelo is no exception. Over the centuries, his legend has been polished like marble, shaped by admirers who wanted him to be more myth than man. But the truth, as always, is richer, more complex, and far more human than the stories we tell. Take, for instance, the idea that Michelangelo worked alone, a solitary genius wrestling with divine visions in the quiet of his studio. It's a romantic notion, one that fits neatly into the image of the tortured artist, but the reality was far more collaborative. He led teams of assistants, especially in his later years when his projects grew too vast for one pair of hands. The frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, often imagined as the labor of a single sleepless visionary, were painted with the help of trusted apprentices who mixed pigments, prepared plaster, and even filled in background details under his exacting direction. Michelangelo was a master, yes, but he was also a teacher, a taskmaster, a man who knew the value of skilled hands working together. Another common myth is that he sprang fully formed into artistic greatness, as if the hand of God had simply placed a chisel in his grasp. In truth, he struggled, failed, and learned like anyone else. His earliest sculptures show the marks of a young artist still finding his way. The Madonna of the Stairs, carved when he was just a teenager, is delicate, almost tentative compared to the boldness of his later work. Even the Pieta, that breathtaking masterpiece of his early 20s, was not without its critics at first. Some questioned whether someone so young could have truly carved it, a doubt that supposedly led Michelangelo to sneak into the chapel one night and etch his name across Mary's sash, the only work he ever signed. It was an act of pride, yes, but also of insecurity, a reminder that even genius doubts itself sometimes. Then there is the idea that Michelangelo was solely a sculptor, as if painting and architecture were afterthoughts. This misunderstanding comes in part from his own words. He often claimed to prefer the hammer and chisel, calling painting for women, a dismissive remark that historians now believe was more about his rivalry with Raphael than a true disdain for the art form. After all, this is the man who spent years lying on his back to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling, who designed the soaring dome of St. Peter's Basilica, who filled notebooks with sketches and architectural plans. He was not a man of just one medium, but a restless creator who moved between disciplines, each one shaping the others in ways we are still uncovering today. Perhaps the most persistent myth is that Michelangelo was always certain, always in control of his vision. We imagine him standing before a block of marble, seeing David inside as clearly as if the statue were already there, waiting to be revealed. But his letters and notebooks tell a different story. He doubted. He changed his mind. He abandoned projects halfway through when the stone resisted him, or the idea slipped from his grasp. The unfinished Slaves series, with their figures straining against the marble, as if struggling to break free, are often seen as intentional metaphors for the human spirit, but they may also simply be the work of a man who sometimes ran out of time, or patience, or certainty. And isn't that more comforting, in a way? To know that even Michelangelo didn't always know, even his famous temper, so often exaggerated into caricature, was more nuanced than the stories suggest. Yes, he could be difficult. He stormed out of projects, feuded with popes, and once hurled a plank at an assistant who displeased him. But he was also deeply loyal to his family, supporting his father and brothers, even when they squandered his money. He formed lasting friendships with poets and thinkers, exchanging letters full of warmth and humor. And in his later years, he became something of a mentor, guiding younger artists with a gentleness that belied his reputation. The man who carved the stern Moses was the same one who wrote tender sonnets about love and faith, who sketched the hands of his friends with aching care. Then there are the smaller myths, the kind that grow like ivy around a statue until the original shape is obscured. The notion that he never married because he was married to his art, when in truth, his relationships, particularly with the young nobleman Tommaso de' Cavalieri, suggest a more complex personal life that history has often been reluctant to examine. The story that he secretly studied anatomy by dissecting corpses under cover of night. A tale that contains truth, but has been spun into Gothic legend. Even the famous image of him lying on scaffolding to paint the Sistine Chapel is more dramatic than factual. He built a special platform that allowed him to stand, though the work was still grueling, leaving him with neck pain and ink stains in his beard. What does it mean to peel back these layers of myth? Not to diminish Michelangelo, but to see him more clearly. To understand that his greatness was not in being superhuman, but in being profoundly, beautifully human. He doubted, he failed, he loved, he raged, he grew tired. His hands cramped from holding a chisel too long. His back ached from bending over drawings. He woke some mornings without inspiration, and others with too much, his mind racing faster than his hands could follow. And isn't that the real lesson of his life? Not that genius is perfect, but that it is persistent. That art is not about divine certainty, but about showing up day after day, even when the vision is unclear. The next time you stand before the Pieta, or tilt your head back to gaze at the Sistine Chapel, remember, these were not handed down from heaven fully formed. They were won through struggle, through revision, through the quiet, unglamorous work of a man who kept going even when the path was uncertain. So let go of the myths tonight. Let the real Michelangelo linger in your thoughts, not the flawless legend, but the man who knew doubt as well as triumph, who left some works unfinished, who signed his name in the dark when he needed the world to believe in him. Rest now with the knowledge that greatness is not about perfection, but about the courage to keep creating, even when the marble cracks, even when the paint drips, even when the vision falters. And as you drift into sleep, imagine not the finished masterpieces, but the hands that shaped them, calloused, trembling, relentless, still moving, still reaching, still believing in the life inside the stone. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. As we come to the end of Michelangelo's story, let us linger for a moment in the quiet hush of his legacy. His life stretched across nearly 9 decades, years filled with creation and exhaustion, triumph and frustration, divine visions and earthly struggles. He left behind not just marble and pigment, but a way of seeing the world, a testament to what it means to wrestle beauty from the raw materials of existence. Think of how he is remembered today. His name alone conjures images of the Sistine Chapel's vaulted heavens, the sorrowful grace of the Pieta, the commanding presence of David standing tall in Florence. These works have transcended time, not because they are flawless. Michelangelo himself would have scoffed at such an idea, but because they pulse with life, the fingers of God and Adam nearly touching, the tension in that sliver of space between them captures something eternally human, the longing to connect, to create, to reach beyond ourselves. And yet, Michelangelo was not just a sculptor or a painter. He was an architect who reshaped Rome's skyline with the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. He was a poet who wrote sonnets about love and doubt, lines as raw and unfinished as some of his statues. He was a man who loved deeply, mourned fiercely, and carried the weight of his own expectations like a stone on his shoulders. His letters reveal a person who grumbled about money, who worried over commissions, who sometimes fled his obligations when the pressure grew too great. He was, in other words, like any of us, only his struggles were transmuted into something immortal. What endures is not just the art, but the spirit behind it. Michelangelo taught us that creation is an act of faith. He believed, sometimes desperately, that inside every block of marble there was a figure waiting to be freed. His chisel was not just a tool, but an instrument of liberation, revealing what was already there, hidden in the stone. This belief, this patience, is perhaps his greatest lesson. We live in a world that prizes speed and certainty, but Michelangelo reminds us that true artistry, true understanding, comes from sitting with the unknown, from trusting the slow emergence of form from chaos. Even now, centuries later, his influence lingers like the soft glow of candlelight on marble. Artists still study the way his figures twist with life, how their muscles seem to breathe beneath the surface. Architects marvel at the daring curves of his designs, the way stone was made to defy gravity. Writers and thinkers return to his letters, his poems, finding in them the same restless energy that drove him to create. His name has become shorthand for genius, but more importantly, for perseverance, for the stubborn refusal to give up on a vision, even when the path is unclear. And what of the unfinished works, the slaves half emerging from their marble prisons, the sketches left incomplete? They are not failures, but invitations. They ask us to imagine what might have been, to see the potential still trapped in the stone. In their incompleteness, they are strangely comforting. They remind us that not everything must be polished, not every idea fully realized to have meaning. Sometimes the act of trying is enough. So tonight, as you settle into the quiet, let Michelangelo's legacy wrap around you like a soft blanket. Think of the way his hands moved, slowly, deliberately, shaping the world as he saw it. Think of the way he returned to his work day after day, even when his body ached, even when inspiration faltered. Think of how he signed his name in the shadows of the Pieta, not out of pride, but out of the simple human need to say, I was here. His life whispers to us across the centuries. Creation is not about perfection. It is about presence. It is about showing up again and again for the work that calls to you, whether that work is art or love or simply the quiet act of living with intention. The lesson is the same. Keep going. Keep reaching. Trust that there is something beautiful waiting to be uncovered, even if you cannot yet see its shape. Now, as as sleep begins to soften the edges of your thoughts. Imagine Michelangelo's studio in the fading light of evening. Dust motes float in the air, catching the last golden rays of the sun. The chisels lie still for the night, the brushes rest. The unfinished blocks of marble stand silent, waiting for tomorrow's touch. There is peace here in the pause between creations. Let that peace settle over you now. Breathe in the quiet. Breathe out the weight of the day. Michelangelo's hands may have stilled long ago, but his spirit lingers in the curve of a statue, the sweep of a fresco, the echo of a sonnet, and as you drift into dreams, may you carry with you the gentle assurance that even the greatest masterpieces begin as simple acts of faith, as quiet moments of courage, as the decision to begin again. Sleep now, wrapped in the knowledge that you too are a work in progress, unfinished, imperfect, and infinitely beautiful because of it. Rest well, and may your dreams be as boundless as Michelangelo's visions.